What in the hell do we do now? We try to answer that question and more on this next episode of Behind the Wheel. What's up, YouTube? It is Thursday, October 28th, 2020. It is 3:08 p.m. and it's a fantastic day here in Los Angeles at Kaboom Studios. It's sunny, it's bright, it's beautiful. I'm hoping your day is atmospherically as good as mine. Wherever you are in the world, hopefully, you're not getting pelted by rain or wildfires like all these really, really poor folks and that have been caught up in the wildfires lately in Colorado and now in California again. Just outside of here, actually, those wildfires in California are pretty close to where I am, but I don't think I don't really stand a chance of being caught in the wildfires because number one, I'm in a concrete jungle. Number two, I'm near the beach, so there's no way I'm going to get burned by anything. But I really do hope that everyone is safe that is involved with the fires. And then the people that are getting pelted on the Central Coast by the storm front, I hope you guys are doing good. I hope nothing terrible is happening there. And all the people that will be affected by that storm on the East Coast, I hope you guys are doing good. And then with the pandemic, I just hope everyone in the world is doing what their part to try to keep their head above the water. But hopefully I can help to alleviate any problems anyone has by watching the stream. I'm trying to give a service back to everyone. Be a service to everyone as far as like being something that they can go to that doesn't involve any of the craziness that's happening in the world today. We've had a fun 24 hours. Yesterday we had two terrible races, and our third race, like usual, ended up becoming our best race. I need to actually make a video about that third race because there was something that happened in that race that had it not happened, I wouldn't have ended up with such a good good end. But Zigzag 310, I believe. What I didn't say during the race, while I watched the stream over again, and what I didn't mention during that race, because I was so focused on like trying to get a good win out of it, is that Zigzag, the guy who ended up winning the race, and I ended up in second to, and I didn't have any problems coming in second to him. Literally worked his way all the way from the rear of the race. Within 4 laps, he made it into the top 10. And by I think it may have been lap 9 or 10, we were going head to head with a really, really tight race. Like I said before, or in that stream earlier, or the other two streams, is that both Zigzag and I had met Zigzag this week, actually. Oh, thanks, Jared. What's up, man? How you doing? Yeah, it was a crazy way to get second place. But what I was saying is that Zigzag had been in the lobbies, the practice lobbies. I don't think he was in the lobby with me and you, Jared, but he had popped up in the lobby like twice earlier this week, the practice lobby, and I had noticed that he was a D driver, but he didn't drive as fast as he did yesterday. But my man Zigzag made it from the rear. He literally started in like 18th or 19th, and like I said, by lap 7, he was in the top 5 Like I was watching him. He was one of the things. It was in the back of my mind. I was watching Zigzag make his way through the grid, and I think it was by lap 4 or 5. I don't know why I didn't say it. Maybe because I just had so much other stuff on my mind, just as far as like concentrating on the race. But I had noticed I was like Zigzag. He was in the how is he in fourth place? Because I think within like lap 5 he was in fourth place, and I think right before I pitted, I remember looking back going, am I going to see Todd 2DC or whatever his name was? Or how I was looking to see how close he was, but I didn't realize, it didn't even dawn on me that Zigzag had taken him over and it was like in second place. And when I came out of the pits, I think Todd 2DC was right behind me, and right behind him was Zigzag. And so after he finally when Zigzag finally made it his way around the Todd 2DC, which didn't take too long at all, you know, we battled it out. And what really kind of stuck out in my mind, maybe we should look at it in the race here. Let's look at it in the replay. How are you doing, Jared? Are you doing good? I'm hoping you're having a good day. You're in Arkansas. I hope you're not getting pelted by rain or like the craziness from that tropical storm that's hitting you guys. Kind of down. You're kind of down in that area, like sort of near where it's gonna hit. So I hope you're okay and you and your family are safe, man. Let's look at this race. I don't know what we're gonna do today. That's the other part of this video. I don't know, like if you have noticed, for any of you that are racing the FIA, we now have this big blank spot over here where the Manufacturers Cup used to be. I'm not gonna do the Nations Cup. Oh, did it? Yeah, I'm gonna run some daily races too, I think. Because I'm not gonna do the Nations Cup. I number one, I don't have any points. I've never done any of the race. Look at my scorecard for the Nations Cup. I haven't done anything. So, and then plus it's at Nürburgring, which I don't have no experience on this game. I have experience from it from other games, but I don't know that track at all. Like it's such a huge track that there's no way that I'm gonna be able to like hang it out for like 15 laps. Number one, it's in the Group 3 car. I mean, I could do it in my RSR, but no, I'm not gonna do it. There's 2 days before that happens, and I'm just gonna make a mess of it. So there's no point in me doing it. Yeah, I'm gonna do daily races. But before we do that, let's look at. I kind of really. I'm gonna probably do like a shorter video just on this progression that Zigzag does, and I didn't say it last night. I think I did to a certain degree last night, but I don't think Zigzag, the guy who ended up winning the race last night, I don't think he's really fully a D driver. Something tells me he may be another YouTuber who's, and I've noticed this with other YouTubers, is that they have a separate account, like another account that they'll do. That's kind of like a throwaway account for them, where they'll do, you know, daily races or whatever, and because, you know, the daily races are dangerous, man. This is the reason why I don't do daily races, is because it was killing my safety rating and killing my what's it called, score, my driver score. So hold on, my volume is too loud for the game because I was playing Alien Isolation last night. Yeah, if you guys want a good scare and just a good laugh, listen to me later on tonight. I'll be playing Alien Isolation, and you can just hear a grown man screaming. I couldn't do it last night like as loud as I wanted to, because it was like midnight when I finally decided. I had just finished dinner. I had to talk to some peeps, and by the time I'd finished all that, it was midnight, and I was like, well, I still want to do the Halloween series. So I popped on like 12:30 last night into like 2 hours. of me sneaking around, not trying to get killed by an alien. Super intense game. If you're into like the horror genre or into Alien or Aliens, you should tune in. And also, I need to mention that if you are a fan of the Alien series and you're looking for an amazing game, the game that I'm playing, Alien Isolation, is actually $7.99 for just this week on the PlayStation Store. It comes with everything, all the downloadable content and all this, and everything that they came out with the game is now $7.99 just for that one bundle. Pick it up. It's a great bargain for how amazing the game. It like won like 50 awards. So okay, so as we go through the starting lineup, in 18th spot is Zigzag. Now, what I want to do is I want to actually look. I want to watch, because I haven't done this yet. Like I said, I was planning to do like a really short video of this, and not me winning, but him winning, because he makes one of the most amazing progressions through the grid that I've ever seen in this game, which kind of makes me think that he really isn't a D driver. I think he might be an A+ driver that is doing, and like I said, maybe he's a YouTuber. Oh, really? I have an Android too, so I'm gonna have to. It's called GTS Companion. I'm gonna have to download that. I'm gonna check that out, Jared. Thanks for the FYI, because I really have been wanting to find. I know there's a website that does it, that everyone uses, but that's cool that it's on the phone too. That's actually way more convenient for me if it's on the phone. Okay, so he's already passed Rat Attack. Looks like 15 and 14 probably easy to pass. Let's see how well he passes them. He's already made 2 spots in the first lap, which isn't a huge deal, because if there's a big mess and that always happens in D, they're usually within like the first lap. They're like 5 or 6 people are off the track in the first turn. Usually it's me. I'm usually in that scrum somewhere. But look, he's already in 14th. He's like solidly in 14th now. And the big giveaway is, look at his brake input. He does some amazing trail braking in some of these corners. And I've done enough. I did enough spectating of A+ drivers this week in the practice lobby that I know the line that all of the A+ drivers. I mean, it's the line that I kind of try to take. They just end up taking it faster. But the one big giveaway is going to come up, and I'm sure if you watch the stream, you'll know the point where I can tell he isn't really competing as hard as I am, and I'll show you the point. Look, we're not even through with lap 1, and he's already in P11. He's gone up seven spaces, not even within 1 lap. Let's see, let's fast forward. Let's see if he makes another space in 1 lap. It may have been, and I've also noticed this, all the other, like, better drivers and YouTubers, or YouTuber GT guys, will do this thing where they try to start in the very last spot. He didn't go out and qualify, and that was the other thing. I was just like, I don't remember ever seeing him on the track for qualifying. So he intentionally wanted to start from the rear. Let's see, he's gaining on 10. He does have a little bit of a... challenge trying to get through the top 10. Because it wasn't until about lap... It wasn't until about lap... this is really, really nice. Really attacking Cobra, really just throwing him offline. He's not even like... And that's how you pass people, like... You just want to throw people, at least in my opinion, whenever you want to pass someone, the best way to do it is to not aggressively pass. You want to kind of get them shaken up so that they go off of their racing line, and that gives you the opportunity to dive in and make the pass. That's what I've been trying to do. I don't want to, like... I found out earlier in this game that you can't, like, aggressively pass unless you're throwing the person in front of you off of the racing line. Which, and a lot of other racers do, is what you do is you try to put on as much pressure as you can on people's rear bumper before, so that they, are spending more time trying to concentrate on what you're doing than what they're doing, which will give you the opportunity to slip in around them. So he's already made it into 10th place. He's on lap 2. He's now 8 places higher than he started the lap before. But look, watch his trail breakthrough here. It's really, really smooth. Really understands his braking points. And he's making positions so fast. Real clean strategy. He rides people's bumpers, gets them off of their game, and he gets them to, move out of the line that they're on. This next pickup with KJ6R is going to be easy because he already has a 4-second penalty going against him. Right? The two next guys he's got to deal with are already riding with penalty flags on them. This is kind of where I had noticed, I was like, I think he at this point was now showing up in my little left-hand readout, and I was like, I noticed it. I didn't really make any note of it on the stream. Once again, I was kind of just concentrating on, like, kind of commentating and trying to concentrate on my race, which is what I always train myself to do whenever I do the practices. Is I learn how to just concentrate on my line and not worry about everyone else on the track. But he's already attacking 6th. He's going to make 6th here probably. Without even... Yeah, he makes 6th. Very clean pass. I mean, it looked like there was a little bit of contact, but it wasn't Zigzag's deal. This is lap 3. He's now 12 places higher than he started. Now he's hot on the top 5, which he makes up really easily here because Bayakushki already was holding a penalty over his flag, so it was really easy for him to catch up with this guy. So all he has to do now is throw him off, and it's funny because now that I'm watching this, he does the same thing to every driver. He'll get right behind them, take them off the racing line, and then just pass them. It's perfect strategy. Driving a very solid line. Braking where he needs to be. Let's see if he breaks through the S's. I guarantee you he doesn't break through the S's like I do. Or exactly what, I don't know. I don't break through the S's either. Because I watched all the A+ guys drive this line, and that's the line I tried to emulate. He's doing just about exactly the right speed that you need to be doing through this section, which is around high 70s, low 90s. No brakes. No brakes for that section, right? And I remember him earlier this week in the lobby saying that he was a beginner, and I was just like, okay, this guy's a beginner. He even says something at the end like, I was really slow in the lobbies this week. And I was like, yeah, okay. Perfect trail breakthrough there. Right? Now he's right behind Bayakushi. Lap 4. Lap 4, he's already fighting from the last spot to 5th. This also may be an indicator of how slow my lobby was in. Like, I don't think my lobby was as... You probably got more points than I did, Jared, because I don't think my lobby was very, like, I think the highest point standings in my lobby was like, I think one guy had like 111 points or something like that. Whereas in the other lobbies that I had raced in, I think my first or second lobby, my first lobby I definitely had like 5 or 6 people that were in 100 points. But this lobby only had like 2 or 3 people that had 100 points, so I definitely was in a lower tier lobby. Just because my 2 races beforehand were just awful. I didn't even like consider looking at my daily score yet, or my driver rating score. Look at this overtake, real nice. He's like really putting the heat on P5 here. Let's fast forward a little bit. Let's give it a little. Still behind Bayakushi on this lap, but Bayakushi looks like he's now in 4th. And now he's probably, I think at the time when I was looking at the readout, I think I was at this point like maybe 4 seconds faster than TA2DC. And I had noticed that Ziggs had moved almost in like 2 laps from 7th to 4th. Once again, I didn't make any mention of it because I was really literally just kind of focusing on where TA2DC was. Because I honestly didn't expect for... Oh, you got 7 points for your third? Yeah, I got 5 points for my win, I think. 5 or 6 for second. So I got way less points than you did. You earned your points in a better lobby than I did. This lobby was ultra slow. Like really slow. Man, my first lap, I think I put a 2:14 in, and you can hear it on my stream. I'm just like, I got third for a 2:14. I was like, really? I was like, that would normally get me like 18th place in other lobbies, but it gave me third in this lobby. So it was definitely a worse. Look at the lap times he's putting in, man. He's on, not to mention, look at the tires. He's on hard tires right now. He has been running this whole race so far on hard tires. Yet he's made tons of positions. In 7 laps, he's gone from 18th to 4th on hard tires, putting in 2:14s, 2:13s. Alright, so let's look at me in comparison to my times. I'm putting in 2:12s. I got a couple, 2:19 there, and like 2:12s and 2:13. So I'm definitely faster than he is, but he's way faster than I am because he's putting almost a comparable amount of time in on hard tires for 7 laps. This guy. We battled with 4 Eyes. He really kind of easily makes it past 4 Eyes here. And like that, he's in the top 3. Top 3. Still on the hard tires. I haven't gone in for the pits yet. I'm trying to right now decide what I'm going to do for my pit strategy because TA2DC is still... He's within striking distance, right? But I'm gaining a lot of time on him. Let's look at lap timing. Yeah, so I'm putting a considerable amount of distance between me and Todd 2DC. At this point, it's not giving me any kind of readout. It only gives me, the time differential between me and the next place behind me. So I don't know how fast Zigzag is gaining, but he is gaining incredibly fast on to second. He's already leaving fourth place in the dust right now. Like, once you see this where you can actually make out the number, you know that person is going really fast. Once he gets separated from the little four circle, you know that he's making some super distance on that guy. I'm making pretty damn good time on Todd 2DC. And I think this may have been where I started noticing him on the map, and him actually Zigzag is gaining really fast. It was around the time that I went into the pits. I was like, this guy is smoking fast. But once again, I didn't say anything about it just because I had so much going through my mind at that point. It was really just a kind of a fringe thought that I was just like, why is Zigzag going so damn fast? Let's see, let's move. And also look at the tire wear. Four Eyes. Oh, sorry, I'm really close to my mic. Four Eyes is his tires are dead. Those guys' tires are dead. My tires are still pretty alright. I could literally probably run like 2 more laps on these tires. But I didn't want to chance it. This is the advantage that the Cayman has over all the other cars. It's the only car that I saw this week that, and I bet you Jetsoon me. Where is he? Jeez. Yeah. Oh, he's on the hards now. He must have went into the pits, or they must have went into the pits. But like anyone else that's on softs that hasn't gone into the pits yet is seeing the same type of wear. Viper, look at that, tearing up the front tires. But the Cayman has got pretty even wear. Because he's been running on the hards, Zigzag doesn't have the wear, but he should technically be running slower laps. I know my laps I do on the hards will do probably 2 seconds slower than the softs and 1 second slower than the mediums. That's usually how it works. He's putting in soft times. The times that I'm doing on the softs on the hards. Right, he goes into the pits I think 1 lap before I do, which allows me to kind of gain places on him. Let's fast forward to when we actually catch up with each other. Okay. So, Zigzag is now in second because Todd 2DC goes into the pits. I'm going to ride with Zigzag here. So now Zigzag is in my world. Lap 11. I'm sitting on tires that are maybe 2 laps fresh, lap and a half fresh. So I'm now just gaining traction, like really good, decent traction on them. I wanted to see what he did to. I'll do that in an edited video if I do it. He's now on the softs. He kills my fastest lap. I had put in a fastest lap of like 2:10 or 2:12 or yeah, it was like 2:12, 2:99. Right off the bat, he puts on a 2:10.792. He had a 2:07 before that. Well, that was his pit lap. But look at this, right behind me. And he'll do the same thing that he's been doing to everyone else. He'll come up right behind me. He doesn't have any problem catching up to me. Right? He's now got the advantage because not only is he on the soft tires, but I'm on the mediums, so he definitely has an advantage on grip on me. He is starting to see some wear. Like, He's only been out for 2 laps on these tires, but his wear is pretty evident right there. But he just knows how to manage it really well, which also tells me that he isn't a D plus or a D driver. That he's way better than a D driver. He doesn't have any problem reeling me in. I think we may actually start going at it here. Okay, so around this he catches me. Let's get a little closer to when he's right behind me. Now he's within striking distance of first place. And we do this for maybe 2 or 3 laps. He gets up. He gets up right behind me. And he'll trail me. He'll trail me and get right up on my bumper and just start trying to throw me off my line, and I will not budge. But this is one of the advantages that I do have in the practice lobbies, because I get to practice just focusing on my line and not focusing on anyone else. That's as much as I'm disadvantaged in not being able to race with anyone because I'm racing against a lot of other faster drivers. I do get to just focus on my race, and not that I wasn't looking in the rearview mirror. That's one of the things I look at the most since I was driving the cockpit view. But a lot of times I just tune it out. I kind of look at what's going on behind me, but a lot of times I try to just focus on what's going on in front of me. So he'll get, I think on this lap, he'll get right on my rear bumper and just start doing crazy stuff just to try to throw me off my line. I mean, just being there, he's trying to throw me off my line because he could probably legitimately pass me right now. But I think he wants to try to get me to give up first, but I won't give up first. You know, and that's one of the things that you kind of have to teach yourself, is to not let what is going on behind you throw you off of your own race. At least that's, in my mind, has always been the case. That's what helps me. See, he's now right on my rear bumper, and watch the stuff that he tries to do to get me off. He'll start doing this like zigzag thing behind me, which is true to his name, I guess. He's right on my rear. Look at this. See? He's trying to make the motion that he's trying to pass. We get really close here, but I won't let him take it. Just stay solid on my line, and I will not let him take it. But I think he enjoys this type of racing where he's trying to get me to budge, but I just will not do it. I'm standing my ground and trying to stay in front of him. In the back of my head, I'm just like, I already know that he's faster than I am, but I just won't let it. I won't let it show in my driving. I just try to stay my course. He tries to throw me off there, like, and I just won't let him do it. I think the big giveaway too was that I noticed that he wasn't braking around this corner. Everyone else brakes around that corner. Anyone that has practiced this week, none of us brake around that corner. I think that was my biggest frustration with qualifying in this race. And then also running this race is everyone in D class just brakes way too much. You know, there's an amount of braking that you need to do, but you don't have to be like around the S's was the one that killed me the most. People would just brake, you know, in the S's, and you don't have to. If you can manage your throttle input well enough and understand what your tires can do through those S's, you don't have to brake at all. But okay, so this is the big giveaway. I'm racing hard, really, really hard, trying to shake Zigzag. I think I had shook him a little bit, but I just run over that way too much, and he slows down. He slows down and waits for me, right? And that, I was just like, it was going through my mind, and I should have said something during the stream. I was just like, why is he... Yeah, exactly, right, Jared? It's frustrating when people break in front of you. But this one thing, look, literally will wait for me. He knows that he's waiting for me to get going. As soon as I get going, I think he also knows that my car is super damaged right now. I think it will show. Yeah, so my car is showing like super heavy damage right now because I run straight into that wall. Look at my engine. My engine is red. My rear tire, like my car is not handling right now. It's not even like accelerating. It's just barely accelerating, but he's just waiting for it to get better. I think he knows that my car is kind of like healing itself. I go off course here because I can't get my car to... No, that's the funny thing is he didn't. We were cleanly racing, and I was having... It was fun because I was just like, finally, like there's someone in D, you know, that I can in this class. That's why I was hoping I would race with you, Jared, because we had a really close race earlier this week in the practice lobby, and everyone else that I was running with in these two races was super slow, dude. They were nowhere near as fast as you were, and I, you know, because I don't get to really race many people during the practice days, I kind of look forward to the FIA races because at least I'll have you in there or someone in there. There are like 2 or 3 other guys that we race with that are just as fast, if not faster than me. But that wasn't happening here at Suzuka. It seems like, it felt like that I was the only, for all the races, I was the only person that practiced at all. I mean, there's no reason with the times that I'm putting in that I should be this far ahead of the rest of the pack. Look at the map. Look how spread out the map is. That tells you how badly everyone in this lobby was driving except for Zigzag. I mean, Todd 2DC was doing all right, but had I not gone off track there, you know, I could have easily gotten back in the first place even if he overtook me. But it's funny because like we'll go back to that point where, you know, and I knew it was my mistake when I ran around that corner. I was just like, oh man, I just gave it to Zigzag, you know. But like, look how far he is behind me. He's nowhere near me when I make this mess up. I saw myself going over that rumble strip, and I was like, damn it. I was pushing it just a tiny bit too hard, but it wasn't in the way where I was letting him throw me off. I was just trying to see how much more I could push my car into that corner, just so I could try to get a gap on him. But yeah, he had nothing to do with that mess up. When he slowed down like he did, I was just like, okay, dude. I was like, all right, man. You are not a D driver. I was like, you are someone who's probably done really well in the FIA races for yourself. You're playing on a second account. Really cool of him. Really, really, really stand up, because I think he actually enjoyed racing against me. And I think we had, like I said earlier this week when we raced in the practice lobbies, I think he may have been playing that he wasn't that fast, but he was really that. Like he slows down again when I go off course while I'm waiting for my car to repair itself. And then we go back right at it. Todd 2DC comes in and I easily get past him. You know, that tells you how good Todd 2DC it is one of the most technically challenging tracks in the game. This is a really, really challenging track. But I mean, just as long as you're consistent around it, like, dude, I'm not doing, my lap times are terrible. I mean, compared to what normal or what the A+ guys are doing, these are like terrible times. But that was literally the only time I went off track. Even with me going off track, my track time, my time wasn't bad. Let's look at other people's track times. See, look at Todd 2DC, the guy's in second. He's putting in like 2:14s, 2:16s, 2:17s. We can't really count Zigzag. Four Eyes. No offense to these guys, but they're putting in slower track times. Look how inconsistent his track times are. 2:14 to 2:15 to 2:38 to 2:11 to 2:13 to 2:14 to 2:22. I don't even want to go down the list, but I mean, like, it really just is all consistency at this point, I just tried to stay off of... I had gone off the track so many times in the other 2 races. It's like I've got to have at least one race where I'm not going to, go off track 3 times during one lap. But then, like, the finish of this race... This is the other giveaway, right? Is the finish of the race. And this is really challenging because at this point I am like, I think 10 seconds ahead of Zigzag. I had managed to work like a 10 to 12 second gap from Zigzag. And I had said this earlier because I had been talking about it earlier in the practice lobbies, exactly what I was going to do during the race. And I think he even asked what the strategy was, and I was like, well, the strategy is, you do almost half your race on softs as long as you make your car last on softs, then go to the mediums, and then on your last lap, you want to go to the hards. and knowing that he's got a 10-second gap on me, which is just about the amount of time it takes you to go from into the pits and out of the pits. He's literally right on it. Right? Lap 17. I already know that I'm going into the pits. I see that my gap between me and Zigzag, I think, is... Let's look at if live timing gives me... I don't think live timing gives me the gap. He's 11 seconds behind me. Right? That's as much of a gap as I can work between me and him for this last pit stop. And I know he knows that I've got to make the pit stop because he knows what tires I'm running on at this point. Where are we in? Okay, we're in Dunlop. Okay, let's fast forward just a little bit. Let's look at what the time differential is when I go into the pits. This is another thing I'm really interested in. Okay, so we go into the pit. Time differential between me and him is 9 seconds, which is just about the amount of time that it takes for me to change my tires. I go in, looking at the map, knowing that Zigzag is right on my ass. I'm at this point, if you watch the stream, screaming at my team, going like, go, 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 let's go. We get out, and look who is right there to meet us coming out of the pits. I literally hang on to first as he passes me, as I come out of the pits, and then he passes me, knowing that I'm on hards and on fresh tires right now. He knows he's got it at this point because I'm at a huge disadvantage right now. I'm on new fresh tires that are hards. You can see me slipping around trying to get the car to, warm up a little bit. But at this point, I also know that I'm like, okay, he beat me by strategy, which is probably one of the most amazing wins. It's an amazing technical win on his part because he knew that he had to gain as much time as it took me to get out of the pits to literally just grab first. It was perfect. It was a perfect execution. I mean, let's look at it again. I mean, it's crazy how perfectly this whole sequence goes down for him. I'm in the pits. I'm rolling down pit lane right now as he's coming down. I come out in first, and as we get to the braking point for the first turn, right past me into first place. Perfect. Perfect execution. And he knows that he's got the upper hand. I'm on, like I said, I'm on fresh tires. I'm on fresh hards right now. And at this point, I'm just trying to finish the race. And this was my big deal. Like, when I saw that I was in second, I fought with myself in the screen before the pre-race, where you could set your car up, on whether or not I should just start on the hards, which I probably should have done. Is to start on the hards and go the 2 laps with the hards, and then go in for a quick pit. Now that I'm going, my tires, I make a good recovery. He's just putting tons of time on me right now because I'm on fresh tires. I don't think it was until about right here is when I start kind of hooking up, but not enough to catch him at this point. The race is over. At this point, I'm just like, okay, this is pretty much over. A good game. Good show on Zigzag. I mean, that is... What an amazing race from 18th to first place. He knows he's got it. I'm at this point, I'm behind him. Had we had maybe 2 or 3 more laps, I probably would have been able to kind of catch up to him. But not as, definitely wouldn't be able to go as fast as he is. He's on mediums right now that are showing a little bit of wear. There's no way I could have caught up with him in the amount of time of this lap. 2 laps. Very clean, through the chicane. And look at this. He goes down pit row to signal his win. He even waits right here. He's like, I remember during the stream, I'm like, what are you doing, Zigzag? Don't go down pit row. Oh my god. We did talk a little bit in the chat afterwards. You'd have to watch the stream to actually see the exchange, but I was just like, I literally said, holy smokes, dude. I was like, you were in last place. Oh. But like I said, like a lot of the A+ guys, especially the guys at YouTube that stream on YouTube, will do that. They'll go into like a fake account and start over just to see if they can go from last place to first place. It seems like I watch a lot of Gran Turismo YouTubers, and a lot of them do the same exact thing. They'll have 2 accounts, like GT, what's his name, Super GT, and I know the Key does, and I think Tijni does. I think all those like big YouTuber GT Sport guys do the same thing. They'll have 2 accounts, and one of them they'll race, and then they'll race for real, and the other one is kind of a mess around account that they kind of go around and try to do crazy shit, like starting from the rear of an FIA race and trying to see if they can get in the front of it. Something tells me he is not going to be a D class driver for much longer. Jared, are you doing daily races right now? I'm not good at any of these. Bathurst I'm really terrible at, but we've done Bathurst before. I'm not going to do 3 laps at Bathurst. This Dragon Tail race would be fun though. It's 10 laps, 20 cars, so it's a full grid. And I've done Dragon Tail before. I've also done Bathurst. I'm not particularly good at Bathurst. It can be good at Bathurst, but I don't want to do it for 3 laps. I want to do Bathurst for like 3 or 5 laps. It's just such a hard track to get around and try to make play. If you don't qualify well at Bathurst, you might as well just forget it. Unless, you're a super good driver. What really screws me up is this section right here. This section right here always messes me up because it's that kind of I guess it's a chicane. It's like a quick left right, and then you have to go downhill, and you're doing it all downhill, so you got all this downhill momentum. I've done it in the Group 3 before. It was at night too. It was a night race or an early morning race. Are you doing the daily race too, Jared? I don't know if I might do Dragon Tail. That was like the first race of the season. It was either the first or the second race of the season in Group before. So my Porsche's seen this. One of the Porsches has seen this track before. I haven't done daily races in forever. Well, let's try it. Let's go into. Oh god, we only have 2 minutes to. Let's try it from the back first. Sure, let's try. Okay. Are you gonna do Dragon 2? I'm gonna try Dragon out. I'm gonna do it without qualifying and just see. Just to see how I do it. I kind of wanted to do it in a different car and give the Porsche a rest. Like I was thinking of picking up. I was actually thinking of picking up an Intenza to do this. Just to give me a little bit more experience in another car. I've been driving these. Oh, you're gonna try to do? Maybe I'll do the same thing. Let me try to do a good qualifier first. I want to see what the qualifying rankings are for this. This 143 is like the. Okay, this guy is NRT Swordsman's is I know he's a really high-ranking American driver, and he's doing it in 145, and it looks like the top 10 is at 143. So let me try to do this and try to pull in a 143. Hopefully I can remember this track. I mean, I've been watching a couple of streams, so I kind of. All I remember is the death chicane. But I don't know any of the breaking points, and I don't know any of the. I don't know the line. I don't know the line as well as I should. I don't think. Oh, what are the tire requirements for this race too? Will it tell me in car settings? Looks like. Oh, it looks like we got the hards and the mediums, so we'll try the mediums. This is going to be tough on the hards. Oh, this is going to be scary. This might be a bloodbath. I think the last time I did a daily race was probably maybe a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. And it was one of the few experiences where I actually wanted to throw my controller across the room. Ooh, that's not how we take that turn. It was around Monza. And the cool thing about it is that I think we were coming off of an FIA race in Monza. So I had experience around it. But everyone, it was just like, it was like a battleground. It was all front wheel drive cars. Because I remember I had picked the Audi TT. And I actually have the replay of that race. A few of those races. That was one of my first place races. Was in that daily race. But it wasn't until after I had gotten destroyed on my safety rating that I was able to place first. I think my safety rating was like a C at that point. It went from being good lord. It went from being an S to like a C. That was all like in one day. Probably should look at what my driver score is too. I'm gonna download that app. Thanks for telling me about that app, dude. I'm gonna have to download that app because I would like to see what my driver rating my driver rating is. So we want to do something around the 143. I'm not going to get that on this lap. We've already missed the mark by. Let's see. Yeah, already. It's like 15 seconds. More than 15 seconds off of pace. That turn is tough, man. That first turn is tough. Maybe we should just go, let's do a really, really conservative lap here. We're not going to go too balls out. We're just going to kind of learn where all the turns are and where all the braking points are. I still can't believe how many people were just braking in unnecessary spots. Braking unnecessarily yesterday. I know you said you had a problem with Jared, but it's just really frustrating, man. I probably had anyone knew the proper braking spots and the line on that race yesterday, I could have probably just done one race. I mean, I'm not going to try to lay the blame on everyone else, but seriously, it's like, it's really frustrating to be stuck behind people that don't know the line around the track. You know, I know they're trying to, and that maybe a lot of them are all casual drivers and whatever. But when you're actually trying to compete and do well, maybe they should start making like a casual drivers series. You know, not that any of us are going to become like Ayrton Senna or anything, but it would be nice to not have to deal with gentleman drivers. But I even think to that degree, gentleman drivers in like real life are faster than what you run into in 156. That's bad. What you run into in some of the FIA races at D level. So I kind of can't wait to get into C and D. I do have a lot of fun racing in D. But I think once I get into C, we'll start running into people that are far more reliable to drive behind. Because to a certain degree, you also want to be able to drive behind people. You know? If you're always sitting around like trying to anticipate whether or not they're going to unnecessarily brake, that always, you know, ends up becoming a huge problem. Yeah, this car has done this track before. It was definitely this car. I don't think it was the RSR that did this car. I think it was this car. Yeah, this is maybe the stream for, I guess, the week. I don't know. I was watching The Key earlier. And he didn't have any idea what was going to go on for the FIA series either. He said something about like maybe it's going to be a week before we find out something about if they're going to do another series. I surely hope they do. I like doing the FIAs. Plus, I'm signed for Porsche I just signed with Porsche for the year, so. And I remember when I signed, it said something about the dates that I would be, you know, contracted with Porsche, and it's through the whole year. And I remember thinking, wow, that's a long time. That's like a really long time to be stuck with one or two cars. God. Alright. I gotta remember that hairpin is right there. And this is 10 laps, right? Laps I have to run hard at some point. It was really nice being able to drive this car on softs for once. Because normally the races for this car are usually just hards. I don't think we've even had a chance to have mediums on this car before yesterday. Did we? Maybe the race no. Tokyo was all hards. I think the race before that for Group 3 was all hards. Sorry. I hope that in Gran Turismo 7 they really fix how kind of unacceptable hards are. I mean, they're not bad, it's just they could be better. Like, I really think that the tire equation needs to be worked out a little bit better. Definitely the penalty system needs to be worked out. I'm hoping that the whole deal where if someone taps you and then they intentionally go off the track and you get hit with a time penalty, I hope that goes away. That's always a really annoying bug to encounter, which I encountered a lot here in the daily races when I was running in them. People hitting me and then going off track, and then I would get penalized for it. That was always super frustrating. I also think the slipstream needs to be kind of reworked. It's a little too strong. Maybe if they brought it down to like 87% of what it actually is right now. Because there are times when I get stuck in people's slipstream and it's like being in a vacuum. It's like, or being vacuumed. I think it happened maybe a couple times yesterday where I'd end up behind people and then it just feels like you don't have any control. It feels like the car in front of you just sucking you in. My arms are still kind of sore from yesterday. It's the one thing with, if you play this game with a controller and use motion control, as good as the motion control is, you know, you still don't have the support that you would if you had a wheel. Alright, well, we're not too far off the pace now. 9 seconds off the pace. I think if this gap is long enough between FIA races, I'm going to definitely shop for new cars that can run during the daily races. No reason to bash up my Porsches. And the Porsches need a day off too. At least a week off. In my overly active imagination, I would like to think that my team needs a couple of weeks off. It's weird. I feel like I should be wearing like a Hawaiian shirt. Casual Friday, even though it's only Thursday. Oh no. Oh, I was so close. Death chicane is like the worst. I know I've spent some time running straight into that thing before. That's not going to be any times there. 155. 10 seconds out. We could. Yeah, you know, I could do that. Let's do that. You're doing better than I am. I'm only doing 154. I think is my fastest so far. Let me do that. Let me start a lobby. Should I open it up to everyone, or do you want to just be me and you in it? Maybe we just run the lobby, you know, me and you can run the lobby today, and then we can actually start racing tomorrow. Okay, cool. You're a free man tonight. So let's start up a lobby. What does it say? It was medium and hards. What are the wear? What is the wear? What is the wear like? Yeah, we'll open it up to everyone. We'll see because I know I feel bad because I've been running the practice lobbies so much. I've got a little group of people that like racing. I like racing with now. You were one of them, and then there are a couple of the other people that I've met in the lobbies during practice. I kind of like racing with those guys. I like talking to them, and if anyone else is watching the stream and you want to be a part of the stream, definitely, you know, come into the practice lobbies, man. It's a good time. Let's see. Okay, 3 times and 7 times is during the final. So maybe we won't do a practice. We'll just set it up as a race. 10 laps, 3 times and 7 times tire wear. 3 times wear, okay. Okay, we can remember that. Let's do the lobby. So we want Dragon Tail. Create new room. Okay, we'll do it for race for fun, right? We'll own the thing. We will put driver rating at D. Max participants. We'll put safety rating at S so we just don't have morons in there. Is it Dragon Tail Seaside? Right? I think. Yeah, that looks right. And what time was that race at? All these little tiny details that you have to remember if you're trying to emulate the race that you're doing. It is Well, that doesn't tell me anything. Rolling start. Seaside, 8. Fine weather. So it's 8 a.m. Fine weather. Good Lord. It's going to take a couple seconds, Jared. Okay. Create new room. Race for fun. Ownership, yes. Driver rating, D. Safety rating, S. Dragon Seaside. Fine weather at 8. Number of laps, 10. These are grid starts, aren't they? The daily races are usually grid starts, they're not rolling starts. Maybe we should put a qualifier in. Maybe we should put like a 1-lap qualifier in. Oh, that's how I get it set. Oh, okay. How about grid based on previous race results? We'll do that. I just don't want to have to do a qualifier, right? I don't want to scare people away thinking we're going to have an actual qualifier. No boost. This way that if people come into the... It'll encourage people to stay in because the grid will be based on the last race. Slipstream strong. Slipstream real. Vehicle or visible damage is on. Mechanical damage will do light. Fuel consumption was 3 times. Tire wear was 7 times. Initial field default. Real overtaking system default. We'll do 120 seconds. Was it group 4? Balance of performance is on. Maximum tire rating is racing medium. And minimum tire rating is racing hard. None of that. Tuning, no limit. Should we put tuning prohibited? I don't know. I don't think you can tune it in the other race, though, can you? Shortcut penalty, we'll put weak. Side contact penalty, we'll turn on. Let's not do wall collision. We'll turn that off. Stability, we'll keep all of that at no limit. Flag rules on. Practice race sound good, yeah? So, you know, we get to practice around until I start the race, and then we race, and then whoever wins that race ends up being higher up in the rankings. That sounds fair, right? And I'm sure if it sucks, then we can always go in here and change it. And we'll just have to ask everyone in the lobby whether or not they enjoy. Yeah, it looks good to me too, right? We'll just call the room name Daily Race Practice. Is it Daily Race C? I think. Group. We'll just call it Group 4 because I can't remember what the actual name of the race is. Group 4 Practice. Practice race. We'll even be fancy. We'll put a colon in. And space. Dragon tail. Not that anyone can't see that. And dragon trail. Sorry. Dragon trail. Seaside. Seaside. There you go. All right. Dunzos. Let's create the room. Oh, you know what? We'll save it too. Cool. So now it's always accessible. And we can always change it whenever we need to. Create room. Alright, the room is up. Oh, the Tamiya Porsche. I really can't wait till I can afford to start building models again. I've got this... As soon as I get a webcam, I'll do a little tour of my model collection, but I've got easily like 100 or so models that I need to build. I really wish the company that I modeled this car off of, or sponsored, made the sponsors of this car would make it an actual kit of this car. Jared, what's up, dude? I mean, we could literally start the race now with just the two of us. Oh wait, this is like way darker than it needs to be, isn't it? No, that's okay. That's the right. Is it really this dark? Yeah, dude, it becomes an addiction after a while. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. Not like my driving shows that at all. But it's like the perfect hobby for me because it like really satisfies the idea that I like to just sit and concentrate on one thing for a very long time. Why does it seem like it's way darker than the race the qualifying we just did? I mean, we're at the right time, right? 8 o'clock? Mikey! Let's say hi to Mikey. Mikey! I gotta ask him how he did on his race. Chat. Nice to meet you, Nathan Apes 123. I gotta ask Mikey how his race was yesterday too. Yeah, okay, so what I was saying is I build a lot of models. It's something I've been doing since I was a kid, you know. Nice to meet you. Ooh, an Italian. And it was honestly what I wanted to be a model maker in the movie business when I was growing up. It's really what word. Hold on, let me just finish this message and I'll continue my thought. Word. It took me 3 races. Okay, so what I was saying was that you know, when I was a kid, I just wanted to be a model maker for movies and films, or for TV and movies, because that's what they did back in the day before CGI came around. And it just kind of stuck, and then it wasn't. I ended up in the movie business as a sound guy because, you know, I played in bands and stuff as a kid, it wasn't where I intended to end up. I actually wanted to be, like I said, like an art designer or whatever for the movies and for theater. But just turned out that everyone knew that I could do sound and they just hired me for sound. But it wasn't until I moved here, until LA, and started working in the industry and kind of just ended up becoming a sound man for movies, that I was able to like afford to start doing modeling again. And so I've gathered hold on, stay with me. But it's this hobby that has just stuck with me, and like I said, now that I'm, an adult and poorly managing my money, I've spent a lot of time and money on the hobby, and I've gotten a pretty decent following on like Facebook through the model community, for all the models I build. I mean, I'm not like on the level of like, I could probably build stuff for movies and junk, but there are definitely dudes out there that are way, way better than I am. But I do have like a huge collection of models around here. Like I'm looking at where my stream setup and my PlayStation setup is underneath of the shelves for where I store all my unbuilt kits, and I've got like 110 of them. Tons of cars. Tons of cars. And then, I build planes. That's the other thing I really like to build is, I know a lot of the model builders out there are like really stuck on World War II, but I'm kind of more stuck on like modern stuff. So I've got like two F-14. Actually, F-14 is the one plane I have like 20 kits of. I'm right now looking at like five kits that are just the F-14 Tomcat. I've got a bunch of Porsches that I haven't built yet. I would like to do some modeling streams, just because I know everyone likes cars. I've got a lot of race cars. I've actually got a bunch of cars that are in this game that I haven't built yet. I kind of want to do one that is almost... I need to find Gran Turismo water slide decals so I can make it like an actual Gran Turismo car. I think that would be kind of cool. Yeah, I don't do these daily races as much as I should. But it would be kind of cool. It's just gonna, if I end up doing a modeling stream, it's gonna really be super involved, and I just don't have, I honestly don't have the money for it right now. I'm right now trying to work out the whole webcam thing and how I'm gonna pull that off. The only reason I can do audio is because, I've got thousands of dollars worth of audio equipment just sitting around doing nothing right now because no one's shooting anything during the pandemic. Like, I'm literally talking into a $2,000 microphone right now. Which is more than what most YouTube streamers have. The only reason it doesn't sound like it should is because of the preamp that I'm using to get it into OBS. I've got this really crappy Yamaha mixer that I've been wrestling with for the past month, which I think I'm just going to replace with one of the other thousands of mixers I have sitting in storage right now. I just happened that this one was literally sitting on my desk. Yeah, sound does make a YouTube channel. Sound, honestly, if you watch, and I tell this to everyone because there's always this fight on set between who is more important. And it's always between the sound guys and the camera guys. Because the camera guys they're like the quarterback of the whole production team, right? They are the prima donnas of, like, everyone's like, oh, we gotta make sure camera's okay. We gotta make sure camera department's comfortable. You know, make sure camera department has this and that. I'm like, well, dude, you know, as much as you're making like pretty pictures, and it's funny because the camera guys know this. The camera guys know this. They know how important sound is, and really, if you were to make percentages of how important sound is, and you were to put a survey up to, you know, most people that are really, you know, aficionados in the business, or even like film historians, typically the number that comes up is that sound is 78% of the movie, and image is only like 22%. And it's the truth. At least in modern cinema, you know, no one, especially today, is going to go and watch something that is like a silent movie. Wouldn't do very well today, unless it was really, really driven by some amazing images and a well thought out, you know, plot line. No one would watch a silent movie these days. And the same thing goes for YouTube. No one's going to listen to a YouTube stream that has terrible audio. You can have no webcam and zero personality and have good audio, and people will listen to you. I bet you if I had, I mean, my audio isn't fantastic, like I said, because I'm really not pushing this microphone through the preamps it should be being pushed through. I'm not gonna break up my $15,000 mixer so I can run, you know, audio from my YouTube channel. That's just not gonna happen. Not to mention that rig is kind of, it's just too much for this setup that I've got going on here. I do use that rig for when I do edited content, which should be, as soon as I can get like situated into a point where I can work a lot of editing hours into the day. I mean, the streaming really does, it takes up 4 hours of the day, and then what you guys don't see is the maybe like hour or two that I spend having to like manage the stream and all the elements for the stream, because I do like I try to do special opening and stuff. Oh, you know what? Jared, Mikey's actually another Atenza driver. He's the other really fast Atenza driver I was talking about. But what I was saying was, you know, it's hard kind of working in the editing time for this stream, because I want to definitely start doing like, you know, 20-minute videos at some point in time. Because, you know, looking at my metrics, a lot of people just really tune in for 20 minutes. Aside from the people that, you know, come into the stream, which I really super appreciate, everyone that does. I also do want to appeal to other people that just don't want to watch, you know, an hour or too long, an hour post-stream. Dude, I'm really terrible at this dragon tail. I don't think anyone else is coming in. Do you guys want to race? Looks like we lost the Italian. Yeah, but you know, luckily I've got all that equipment sitting around. I've got, like I said, I've been kind of working on trying to get the sound better. I don't know. I've been listening back just to make sure that it's at least within kind of the parameters of what my mixer can put out at this point. I just don't want to break out my really, really nice mixer for it. It shouldn't really require that much. The one thing I don't have is camera equipment. I mean, I've got a couple of camera things lying around, but not really anything that I can use for the stream. Like, I just kind of want to get like the Logitech webcam that everyone uses. It's like $50 or $70. And I think that might be the last like necessity I need to buy. I do need to really kind of invest in a new capture card. I bought this really cheap $50 track capture card off of Amazon, which only allows me to do up to 720p. But I have some connections at Best Buy that will allow me to get equipment like capture cards and webcams at cost, which will be nice. So maybe in the next week or two, maybe 3 weeks, we'll have a webcam and you can finally see my big fat brown ass driving this race. Driving this game. And I now have to kind of start thinking about content, because I don't know. It kind of worries me that, you know, we don't know what's going to happen with the FIA, because what I'm hoping isn't going to happen is that they stop doing FIA. They've stopped doing FIA until the GT7 comes out, which is going to be no bueno for me because I can't afford a PlayStation 5 right now. I just bought this PlayStation 4 too. Granted, I bought it for like ultra cheap. This is literally, this console is literally what I've owned for like 3 months now. My best friend just didn't want his PlayStation anymore. His PlayStation 4 Pro he never played. We played it maybe... Let me talk to Mikey. I played this... I keep on saying literally, but I mean, I'm serious. It's like, I think... 2 years ago, I played this at his house, and it was the second time he had turned it on. And from that point on, I don't think he ever really played it. But he gave me this because I had mentioned to him we were talking on the phone, and he also, he's my best friend, so he always goes out of town because he's a government contractor, so he's never home. And I think this PlayStation may have gone on the road with him once. Oh no, it never went on the road with him because it was just too big for him to bring. So it just sat at his house for literally 2 years. And he had a full like PS Pro setup or PS VR setup, and like 5 or 10 games that he never played. And we were talking one day, and I was just talking about how expensive modeling was getting, because I was, you know, until this time of lockdown, that's all I've been doing is building models. I built like maybe 7 models in 3 months, which normally it usually takes me about a month per model. You know, I was fitting in a bunch of them just because I had the spare time. Really? That would be cool if that was the case in GT7. But anyhow, you know, we got to talking, and he was like, well, I was mentioning how I was watching a lot of streams on like Red Dead Redemption and Gran Turismo, and he was like, well, I don't really play my PlayStation. Do you want it? And I was just like, what? I was like, I'm not gonna just take your PlayStation. He's like, nah, well, I mean, whatever. I was like, well, at least, can I give you like $200 for it? And he was like, sure. So he gave me basically what is a brand new PlayStation Pro, PSVR, which in itself is like $300, and like all these accessories for $200, and he shipped it out to me from Virginia. He is literally the reason why I'm here on YouTube right now. I remember when I did a shout out for people to like and subscribe my channel. Ooh, Mikey's in the Mustang. But yeah, I remember I did a shout out on my Facebook. And Jared, if you want to join my Facebook, dude, definitely. It's on my page, on my YouTube page. Facebooking that. If you look on my banner all the way to the right hand side, there are my Twitch and my Instagram and my YouTube are there. If you have any of those, definitely feel free to friend me and stuff. That's why it's there. It's really small, at least on my monitor, because my monitor's an ultra wide. But hopefully it shows up on your monitor or on your phone. I don't know how you watch the stream. But I did an announcement on my Facebook, family and friends support me, and he was like, I don't have a YouTube, so I can't support you. And I was like, dude, really? You don't need to support me any more than you already have. You're like the reason why I can do a YouTube channel. That's Mikey, man. That was my boy. We grew up together, so my man does not go half-assed when he buys shit. Not to be confused with Mikey the Fist, who is in the lobby with us, who is also a fine person. But my boy Mike Whittington is my best friend, so you can, if you like the content, you can thank him for putting me here. Because otherwise I would never be able to do this. The current prices on just PlayStation Pros right now are still I remember I was looking, it was around the time that I was that I got this, I was looking at prices for PlayStation Pros, and they had dropped in price. They actually raised in price. I think the cheapest one I found was like $450, and you can't find a PlayStation Pro in a store. You have to go to Amazon or buy it used off of eBay or whatever. But they're so hard to find. And I just didn't have that type of cash lying around. So, like I said, I hope they don't, because I don't know when GT7's coming out. They've made announcements, they've said stuff on Twitter. I know some of the YouTubers think that it's coming out in March, but honestly, if you look at the calendar for the releases for PlayStation 5 exclusives, none of the exclusives are coming out really until next winter. There were a couple that were supposed to come out this year, but with the pandemic, a lot of them got pushed back. Even Cyberpunk got pushed back a little bit. It's still coming out. But I don't think Gran Turismo 7 is going to drop. I mean, Gran Turismo, I know in I know in the past few Gran Turismos, they teased it for such a long time, and they always are really late with it. I don't think I've ever, at least in the time that I have been a Gran Turismo player, have they ever come out with it when they should be coming out with it. Like, it should technically launch with the system. That's never been the case. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a Gran Turismo come out with the system. You know, of all the games that would be probably the best game to launch the system with, it never ends up being that way. It always ends up coming out like maybe a year after the system has come out. And with that idea, you know, I don't think the new GT7 will come out until about this time next year. One of the reasons why I call this has become my favorite part of the year, it isn't just because of fall and, you know, I love Christmas, I love Thanksgiving, I love Halloween. But the thing that also happens is typically this week, this past Tuesday, at least, you know, in my old fart like life, is that all the best game releases start happening around this week. I remember, I think Tony Hawk 2, one year, the year that Tony Hawk 2 came out, it was in the same week. It was all this week. It was the week right before Halloween when NBA season starts. That's always my marker for when the best games are going to come out, is when the NBA season starts. But I remember one year it was like it was Tony Hawk 2. I want to say it was like Madden something came out. NBA Live, the new one came out, and it was all within the week right before Halloween or the week of Halloween. I clearly remember that because I remember playing Tony Hawk and handing out candy and just being blown away by Tony Hawk 2. It must have been, I think it was the fall of 2000, maybe 2005? When did I graduate college? I can't remember. Either way, it was like in October. It was the last week of October, and that's usually when typically all the good games have been, you know, come out, because they're, you know, releasing for Christmas. You know, it's really rare that you see like blockbuster games come out in the summer. It's kind of like the same. It's the opposite of the movie business, where, you know, the movie business will release all of their big blockbusters in the summer because everyone's out. But it's a terrible time to release a video game because everyone's outside enjoying the outside. Who's going to want to sit inside the house and play a blockbuster video game during the summer? Unless it's like ultra hot wherever you live. But I know, you know, certain parts of the country, it's, you know, you're pretty much get cabin fever from being inside the house most of the winter and part of the spring. So, like, typically all the best games come out when everyone's holed up inside their house, which is fall and winter. And that's why I don't think Gran Turismo 7 is going to come out until then. I haven't even been paying attention to the lap time, so I'll put it down on 155 last. And there are a lot of questions I've got to ask about, like, their development of Gran Turismo. I'm almost... I've got this hankering to thinking that the reason why Gran Turismo Sport isn't really technically a Gran Turismo, because it doesn't have a number designation, right? There's no number designation to this game. I honestly think that they were trying to make this a Gran Turismo 7, but they couldn't. They found out maybe halfway through development that they couldn't put everything that they wanted to put into the game. Point being, if you have a PlayStation VR and you try to you play whatever portion of this game that they allow you to play in VR, and maybe I'll do a stream on it. I don't know how well the VR stuff comes out. I haven't done a VR stream in a really long time, or a couple of months or so. I say really long time, but I realize that I've only been on the really live on YouTube for about 2 months now. But if you look at the content they have for the VR side of this game, it's really, really interesting because the car models are so well done. At least the physical model. You know, the physics, it's weird because the physics are kind of... I can't say that they're better than the actual game, but they definitely are different. That's why I kind of stopped training in VR, because I had noticed in one race, I think it may have been Fuji, where my car in VR handled way different than it did in flat screen. But if you look at the way they modeled the actual interior of the car, they modeled everything. Like, everything in the interior of the car is there. You can look into the back seat and see everything that's in the back seat of a car. You can, you know, granted, you only have, like, with a PSVR, there are boundaries that you can't pass, that it won't let you pass. But if you're sitting in the driver's seat and you look around the car, there are little knobs and switches and, like, details in the back seats of, like, the cars that have a back seat, and it's amazing how much detail is crammed into it. And it's pretty much every car. I don't think I've run into a car yet that isn't fully modeled in VR. Something, because of that, it makes me wonder if when they were developing the game, they'd intended for the whole game to be in VR, but then found out, good lord, found out half the way that they couldn't fit all of it in the game. And I remember reading, I was going through our old articles about PSVR and GT, and I remember one that stuck out was an announcement they made 5 months before release, where the chief developer was like, we tried as much as we could to fit VR into GT Sport, but they couldn't. There was a huge hardware limitation with the current generation of PlayStations, where they couldn't get it to... It didn't have enough horsepower to manage a full grid in VR. So they stopped development of it. And I think that may have... And that's why they're making a huge push to try to do it with GT7. Now, I think that was before PlayStation Pro. I think maybe if the PlayStation Pro had been around, they may have been able to make a whole game in VR. I know my PlayStation Pro doesn't do, you know, it's not hurting at all when it plays in VR. I don't know how the regular PlayStation is, and I can't remember what the specs on the regular PlayStation versus the PlayStation Pro are, but it makes me wonder if the PlayStation Pro was around, But they probably still couldn't do it because they wouldn't want to alienate people that had a regular PlayStation. Oh, you can't do. Dude, I love this game, and I guess I have one of, I was a big roller coaster kid, so I used to love roller coasters. So I don't get motion sickness very much. Like, I'm one of those people that can sleep on a plane. I can sleep in a boat in rough water. I'm just a weirdo like that. Nowadays when I get on a roller coaster, I do get kind of motion sickness because I just think my ears are more sensitive than they used to be. Or maybe it's just I'm not used to roller coasters anymore. But I don't get any motion sickness in VR. I think the closest I've come to it is in a Wipeout. When I shut down all the safeties is when I'll get a little queasy, but I don't get that queasy. I know a lot of people can't handle the VR. I don't have too many problems with it. Usually the only problem I have with the VR is wearing the actual goggles. Like, I get this really annoying eye sweat. I can just get sweat around my eyes. It's probably like the most annoying sweat experience I've ever had in my life. But dude, I love this game in VR. If this game was in VR, I could probably do without a steering wheel. I could totally drive this car and not miss a steering wheel at all, because with the motion control, I honestly, I guess, like I said, I've got an overactive imagination. When I'm in VR and I'm using the motion control, my body feels like I'm actually holding onto the steering wheel. But once again, like I said, I've got a really overactive imagination. But I think since PSVR the current PSVR will, at least from what all the real, like, hardcore PlayStation streams are saying, is that the current gen of PSVR will continue to be the generation that will take us into PlayStation 5. I don't think they don't have any plans. I know they're working on a PSVR 2, but a lot of the estimates on when that's going to get released are far beyond the release date. Like, I think the nearest approximation is sometime in like 2023 or 2022 is when they think it's going to be released. And you know, it stands to reason, because the one thing that is really kind of unifying the PS3 and the PS4 is the fact that you still have to use the motion wands that were developed for the PS3 as controllers for the PSVR. And it seems like those same motion controllers are going to be used with PlayStation 5. So those motion wands are literally spanning 3 generations of console gaming. You know, and the same thing with the PSVR headset. I would also imagine that it's really, like, they're already losing money on these consoles. Like, PlayStation doesn't make any money off of any of the consoles. They're trying to wrangle you in with games and subscription services and stuff. And Xbox Series X, you know, is a perfect example of you know, a console manufacturer that understands that you don't actually make money off the hardware. You make money off of all the stuff that you sell with the hardware. Anyone that works at Best Buy will tell you that, like, what they make the most money off of isn't stereos or TVs or whatever. It's all of the accessories that you get along with that. So, like, you know, you might have bought a 4K TV that was $3,000. Best Buy only made like maybe 5 to 10% money off of it. Like there's maybe a 5% markup on it. But when you go to buy your monster cable, that's like a 5,000% markup. There are cables that you probably have plugged into the computer that you've spent, or your TV setup that you spent, maybe $100, $150, $200 to do your whole rig, like your home stereo rig. And I'm gonna tell you right now, gold-plated HDMI cables don't do you any better. It's like you're passing a digital signal, so gold-plated HDMI cables and USB cables don't do anything for you. That's just a gimmick. What they're trying to get you on is the idea that you want a premium product, and the markup on that product is like 6,000%. The monster cables is the funny one, because those things will be, and their power strips are like, hundreds of dollars. I've seen monster cables that are ridiculous amounts of money when I know that the actual price of that cable is like $3. One of my friends that works at Best Buy was telling me yesterday, he was like, I just sold this, this dude a TV and sold him, a whole like rig, and he's just like, I sold him like $200 worth of cables, and they all pretty much only cost $20. So they make a killing off of accessories like that, and that's the same thing with the PlayStation. I know that was one of the reasons why they were really late on announcing the price for it, is because they were trying to figure out their margin of loss. Historically, that's always been the case, is that the game manufacturers don't make really much money off the actual unit. That's why I think PlayStation's also pushing PlayStation Now so much. And what I was saying about the Xbox is really pushing it. Like, they're not even, I know there's that whole idea that there's a console war, but there isn't. It's the model that Microsoft is going for isn't the model that they're going to make a crap load of money off their Xbox. What they're selling is the subscription service, the Game Pass, which is an ingenious idea. I mean, you look at their launch release, they don't have anything. Dude, the one title that they had coming out, which was Halo, got pushed until next year. And that's the title that everyone wants to play. But I know it was kind of a blow to them, but when they released it, it just looked terrible. Or at least the preview for it was awful looking. It just looked like a glorified Halo game. Dude, I don't know what times you're putting in, Jared, but I'm doing some really bad times. I'm +3 on you right now, so you're doing way better than I am. I'm also kind of like gabbing away here, so... Oh, God. But, yeah, their Xbox isn't going to make any money off, or Microsoft isn't going to make money on the Xboxes. They're going to make tons of money on Game Pass. I mean, I don't even own an Xbox and I got Game Pass. I've got a PC. At some point I would like to build a new PC so I could do iRacing. And play a couple other games that I play on PC, but like City Skylines, which I really, really miss. I know they've got it for this game, or for this console, but my PC, the PC version of City Skylines is just so much better. You've got way more options if you're really into city building. It's a really amazing game on PC. Not to mention all of the assets that you need to build a really cool city are free through the Steam Workshop. But the Game Pass idea, like, I just like the model of the Game Pass. I think it's brilliant. Because they don't have a whole lot of titles to offer at launch, they're you literally get all of the Xbox 360, Xbox Series X, what other Xbox games have come out for the Xbox, they're going to give to you at one price monthly, and you get access to all of those games. It's like thousands of games, and they're not all like, you know, indie developer games. We're talking about AAA titles. Granted, they're going to be a little old, you know, but you know, you got to look at it this way. We're not going to see any exclusives for PlayStation 5 until winter. Everything that's being made for the PlayStation 5 is also going to be available on PlayStation 4. That's why they're making a real big deal about this whole upgrade thing, where Xbox has already said that if you buy this game, you know, any of their games that you buy now for your Xbox X, whatever the new X, what is it? I don't know what the X, I can't remember what the Xbox One, right? That's what it's called. Any of the games that you buy for that, they're all a free upgrade to Xbox Series X. There are only a few right now. I think maybe half the games. Like I think Cyberpunk, if you buy that now, you get a free upgrade on PlayStation. And there are a couple other games that have like really put into stone that if you buy it on PS4, it'll be a free upgrade to PS5 for the PS5 version. But I know they have a bunch of holdouts. They've got a bunch of people that are like, no, we don't want to. And it's probably because they've already made a contract with. They're already not making money off of all of the upgrades on Xbox, so they got to make money. You know, all those game publishers need to make money somehow. So I think only maybe like a 3/4 of the publishers have agreed to do the free upgrade on PlayStation. So it makes me wonder how much money they're actually making on PSVR, and whether or not it's really financially worth it for them to really be, you know, fast with developing a system for PlayStation. Not to mention, they don't have any competitors in that area, so what's the point? Like, they haven't been... Okay, cool, Jared. But they haven't made any, there's no one else out there that makes a VR headset for their console. Like, oh, crap. I didn't mean to do that. Shit. Crap, I started the race. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, shit. Jared, hold on. Crap. Oh, God. This is bad. Shit. Oh, wait. I gotta turn this on. I didn't mean to start the race. Come back, Jared. I didn't mean to start the race. Dude, I totally accidentally started the race. I just slipped and I meant to do something else and I started the race by accident. Yeah, you know, that's what I'm planning to do. You know, I'm a PlayStation guy too. And honestly, for 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 the reason that that I didn't that there's so many people doing iRacing right now. I kind of want to stick with the PlayStation and I won't do a stream for iRacing. I would like to do something else. There are a lot of like really amazing drivers for iRacing. Um, um, and the territory for iRacing as far as like YouTube content is concerned is real narrow. It's a lot easier to do with Gran Turismo and to get like views with Gran Turismo. And honestly, with the PS5 and GT7 coming out, I'm gonna get a better run on YouTube with if I just stick with the PlayStation. The PC crowd's a real fickle crowd. They're a lot harder to deal with. The people that at least are watching the stream, I think, are more casual gamers, maybe. Or at least it's more approachable than like iRacing. I really do want to get involved with iRacing, but I don't think I'll stream it, or I won't. I won't. I won't take it as seriously as say this. And honestly, I do have a lot of fun on this platform. I think it's a really fun platform. Hold on, I'm answering Mikey here. But I would really like to do iRacing. I've been always wanting to do iRacing. I honestly don't have the space for it though, because I would want to you know, I want the full rig. I want the full shebang, and I don't have the room for it. You know, I've got a little modeling setup for building models just behind me. And then what takes up the most room in my room is my music studio / streaming area is pretty much half the room. And I just don't have the room to fit in, especially on the desk, the steering wheel, and what I really want is the full on like rig, and that could just I can make that cheap. I just don't have the space for it. My interest is my question is, will just on the subject of PC gaming, with the Series X, if you look at the specs for the Series X, it's all based off of like an AMD architecture. I think they even are running like a Radeon processor in it. I want to say there's either a Radeon process, like an AMD Radeon processor, or a Radeon graphics architecture, like a GPU architecture, already in place with that machine. But and I know it's definitely more powerful than the PlayStation 5. Hands down, it's in the horsepower. The Series X is really impressive. I mean, and it's from what I can see, it's really close to like if you were to build a $600 or $700 gaming machine, you still wouldn't come close to the power that the Series X is putting out. So it'd be really interesting to see if Microsoft comes up with a VR setup to compete with PS4 VR, because they don't, like I said, PlayStation doesn't have any motivation to really any motivation to really be really quick in developing a PSVR setup or a new PSVR setup, because they don't have anyone really competing with them in the console arena. Now, what would change the game is if Oculus started making a unit that would work with the Series X. That would definitely light a fire under their ass. And what would really change the game is if you could do stuff like iRacing and like more of what is being offered in the Steam store. If something like that happens, I think I would definitely buy myself a Series X. I don't have any aversions to buying. I used to be an Xbox owner. You know, I'm a pretty big component for that micro. Let's put it this way. I don't play favorites. Like, I've got a Mac. What runs my music studio setup is a Mac. What runs my video setup is a PC. I've got a PC as a server. I've always been on a PC. I've got a PlayStation. I've also owned Xboxes in the past. So I don't, I've got an Android phone. I don't have any loyalties to any one company, so I'm willing to go wherever. That would be really cool. I thought about getting one of those types of setups that folds up like really fast. I even for that, I don't have the room for that. I just don't. Especially because I kind of have my monitor, the main monitor that I play is in one spot where hold on, give me a second. I just want to talk to Mikey too. This is kind of fun not having to train today. This is definitely my Hawaiian shirt day. Because I've been really, I know it sounds stupid, but I feel like I've been working really hard at this game for the past couple of weeks, and it's kind of nice to have a day that I'm not like, not training like super hard and like putting really stress on myself for not training too hard for a race. It's nice to have a little break from all of that. But what I was saying is, yeah, I would like to get one of those GT light cockpits, but I don't. Once again, I don't have the room for that. Like I said, my monitor is. I'm using my computer monitor, which is like a LG 36-inch ultra wide, and it sits on a shelf that's right above, all the rest of my setup. So if I got one of those cockpits, it would probably be too far away from the monitor itself, and I'm not willing to move the monitor because I kind of need it there for editing when I do video editing, and I also need it there for when I do music stuff. And I'm building tracks in Ableton. I need it there because it's my second screen for both of my two laptops. So I was playing with the idea of maybe moving this whole rig into my living room, but since I live with other people, I don't want to like impede on their space, so I can do my thing. I also like the privacy of my room, um, for doing the streams. I've got a better chance of like uh, minimizing noise. I'm sure you've heard my dog in the background. That's my roommate's dog. She lives with us, obviously, but she makes a lot of noise. So, uh, so, uh, so, hold on, give me a second. So yeah, it makes the whole idea of getting like a cool like rig really really tough to kind of justify at this point. If I started actually making money on the stream, which I'm not really kind of focused. I really am just doing this so I can like talk to folks and I have fun doing it. I've always wanted to do a YouTube channel, so I'm not really I'm trying not to focus on the money part of it. Uh, but if I ever make money doing this, then that would be one of the first things I thought of with getting is a full on rig that was like dedicated, because it would also help the quality of the stream if I had a full on like racing rig. But like I said, it's baby steps. I'm trying new things at various, and trying to make the stream better. I'm trying to make every stream better than the last one. And right now I'm just getting into the swing of you know that better than drinking. I'm trying to get into the habit of rating every single stream, looking for problems that I had. Especially with like the audio problems, that really bugged me, so I had to kind of hammer that out. And now we're kind of moving on to the point where I need to start thinking about webcams and lighting in the room. Let's see. He likes Scotch influenced driving. I really just like being part of the community, man. I mean, that's really the thing that really kind of caught me. It wasn't the driving, and I knew I was going to enjoy the driving in GT7. I really like the idea. I like the whole community in GT7, or not GT7, GT Sport. I like the whole, like, I think the last Gran Turismo I played was Gran Turismo 4, maybe 3. Maybe it was Gran Turismo 3. And in Gran Turismo 3, they just got into like livery editing. But they did, and they had the little gallery thing where you could like search for stuff, obviously. But it's gotten so much better in this one. Like when I downloaded this game, I was totally blown away by how well they had, the whole social aspect of it was really on point, and livery creation was way easier to do, and oh, Mikey. Mikey is properly fast. You should have seen him. I think one stream he was driving the Atenza, and he was just getting faster and faster, and he was just drinking more and more. But anyways, that's like I said, that would be the next step, is to get the whole driving rig going, and be like an official YouTube driver person, YouTube racer. But it really, what really is what I have to think about is the idea that, I have to figure out how to make. I'm coming in at the really tail end of this console, and I'm definitely at the end of this game. Yeah, I'm sure. Although you can at least talk to your kids and go, "Can you just be a little quieter?" I can't do that with a dog. The dog doesn't understand. Luna, please be quiet. How you're, and I know one of one of your kids has to be old enough that you can like reason with them, because I know you mentioned that your son, races these races, so he can't be like 5 years old. I unfortunately cannot reason with a dog that way. The dog is probably the biggest issue. Is the dog she just barks or whatever. You can just look at the dog wrong and she starts barking at you. Not that my room is like the quietest place, because I've got, I live in Los Angeles, so no one has AC. We all live with our windows open, so I get all the noise from the outside, but I gotta start looking at the longevity of how long will I be able to stretch out Gran Turismo, this version of it. And if they come out with GT7 in March, it might put me at a real huge disadvantage. Because I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford to play PS5 by then. Granted, I could even get a PS5 by then, because it doesn't seem like anyone's going to, supplies. I know I'd watched somewhere or read somewhere that the supplies for the PS5 are really low. Like, not like they only have 10 of them, but I think they were able to manufacture 2 million less than they originally planned to for this point in time. Obviously with everything that's going on in the world, they couldn't manufacture as many units as they wanted to manufacture. I think they initially wanted to release with 18 million units, but they're only able to do 15 million units, which in the grand scheme of things is, that's a lot of units. That's what, 1/6 of what they could, or what is it? I can't remember what fraction. Now I'm driving. I'm thinking of fractions or percentages. But it's definitely not the amount that they initially planned to release. They wanted to release a lot more than they were able to. And I believe this console's all made in Japan. Usually high dollar items made by Japanese companies only come from, like, Canon only will manufacture their crappier lenses in China, but like their L lenses all come from Japan. And I think it's the same thing with the PlayStations. I think all the PlayStations are made in Japan and not in China. Whereas I think Xbox is being made in China, or being produced in China. So slow on this track. So bad. I'm just glad to see you guys, man. It's really cool to have. Yeah, I really do love this community. I think it's really, especially coming from like Rockstar Games. one thing you haven't seen yet is I'm really huge. Like, I love Red Dead Redemption. Like, like Red Dead Redemption was the reason why I wanted a PlayStation in the first place. I was hooked on the first one, and you know, I'm a fan of. Why is it brighter now? It was so much darker before. It's not now bright. I can see the turns. But the reason why I initially really wanted this console was to play Red Dead 2. I played Red Dead, you know, I finished Red Dead 1 on the Xbox. And not that I'm not a fan of GTA, because I do like GTA. And I've got like 3 GTA 5 accounts at this point. I've got one on the PC, I had one on the Xbox, and now I have one on this machine. That tells you how long GTA's been around. And now they're going to stretch it out to PlayStation 5, which is really angering all the GTA crowd. But it doesn't matter which of one of those Rockstar games you play. The community is so toxic, man. Like, I may have made a couple friends in GTA, but nowhere near as many as I have in this game. Like, everyone's like super friendly, really helpful. You go into one of the Rockstar games and you're getting like, it's like a bloodbath, man. You just get smashed by these dudes, you know? You'll be just minding your own business and like, some dude will fly, especially in GTA, will fly like on their hovering motorcycle and blow you up because they can. I mean, that's not to say that you don't run into idiots here. You know, I've had my fair share of run-ins with terrible drivers in this game, but no one, I think, is being, you know, I don't think there's any malice behind any of the, well, maybe sometimes, but there may have been 1 or 2 drivers where I felt like there was malicious intent when I got hit. But aside from that, that's like, you know, 99% of the drivers that hit me, I know it wasn't because they were like, oh, I'm gonna get that guy, you know. That's not the case with Rockstar games. You go into one of those lobbies, all those dudes are out to kill you. And it's funny because everyone that's in the game with you is doing the same thing. They're trying to make money. But then you have, like I said, some people just want to watch the world burn. So it was really refreshing to come to this game and like see like a thriving community of people that are like out to help each other out, and you know, it's really, I think it's really unique in a game, you know, that's like a racing game on a console. You know, most of the other racing games on the console don't have like a community like that. I don't even think Forza has a community like that. I don't know, it's been a while since I played a Forza, so I can't remember which Forza I've ended on. You know, legitimately good. I mean, it's a decent franchise, but I think between the two, I think Gran Turismo does a better job on the realism side. Forza tends to be a little arcadey. Dude, I gotta do better than a 154, really. This is the most talking I've done on the stream today yet. It tells you how much more at ease I am than after the season's over. I mean, normally I'm sweating bullets by now, trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong. I'm really just honestly preparing myself for the bloodbath that's about to happen once we get into this lobby. Or wait, once we get into the actual daily racing. By the time I get fast in this track, the daily races are going to already switch and it's going to piss me off. And then the whole YouTube thing has also really helped out too, like trying to discover the community or discovering the community here in Gran Turismo. What I'm really worried about with GT7 is, because I don't think I've ever, I haven't dealt with Gran Turismo in a long time, is whether or not all my liveries and all our points and stuff are going to transfer over to GT7. I think it's probably my biggest worry is that none of all of that's going to go. Not that I can't redesign all my cars, but I would like to. I now have like a sentimental value with at least these two cars, the RSR and the Cayman. And I would like to carry that over to, the next PlayStation. I want to take both of my cars, well, really all four. I think I've got 4 liveries made for these cars. 2 each. I know the RSR's got the Hello Kitty livery, and then I have my channel official livery for the RSR, because I kind of regard that as like the main car in the lineup, even though both cars kind of race equally, obviously, because we've done 10 races equally. What other livery do I have for that car? That's it. Hello Kitty, my channel livery, and that's it. This car has 2 versions of the current livery that I've got on it right now. The Tamiya livery, and then I've got another livery that is based on another model company that I like a lot, and a franchise I really like a lot. But I want to, I've had good memories with all these cars. I want to be able to bring that over into GT7, especially if I'm still holding a damn Porsche, license or contract. Jerry, I know you're driving right now, but whenever you can answer, when did you sign your contract with Mazda? And what was your end date for your contract? And I want to say that mine was somewhere in 2021, I think. So I would think that we would still have at least another full season to race. I was actually looking at the archive last night just to see, what the history for all of the races are like. And early this year, they had a 30 race season for Manufacturers Cup. I don't know if that's like a regular thing. It looks like what happens is, sorry, Mike, or Jared. Oh, that's Mikey behind me. Let's follow me. Oh, Mikey's got the TT. I'm try to hang with Mikey here. Dude, that TT is so fast. I really need to move to a front-wheel drive car for this race, I think. But I don't want to think that like the whole FIA season's over, like over. Like they're never going to do another race or another season on PlayStation 4 with Gran Turismo Sport. I don't know. Are you talking about... Which, how long do who stay? Are you talking about, are you talking about how long, I don't know what you mean. I mean, I don't know if you're talking about the season. I don't know. I mean, I think they could probably squeeze one more full season out of the PlayStation 4 before, if indeed the release date for Gran Turismo 7 is going to be the winner. And I would hope at least it was as long as my contract with Porsche is for. I know when I signed it said 1 full calendar year. I was like, wow, that's like serious. That's like legit. That's like a long time. You know, I don't plan to leave Porsche because I really like driving these cars. You're still putting it 3 seconds high, faster than me. I'm losing time somewhere, obviously. Okay, I kind of get this track here. See if I can put a decent time in. I think I'm going to buy a new car. Yeah, mine's my contract's the same. It's 2021. You know, and I don't plan to change. You know, I really like racing for Porsche. I like, even though I'm, you know, at a disadvantage a lot of times, I've gotten used to the Porsches. I really like them. You know, I really enjoy it. And then, like, I don't know who else I would go to. I mean, I drive a VW. I'm a big VW head. Like, I've owned like 7 VWs. I drive a VW now. I drive a VW All-Track. Hell, I used to race my old VWs. I had a Mark II Golf 2 or GTI and an R32, the first generation of R32. Probably the longest car I've ever owned. I owned that car for like 12 years. Oh, the daily races? They only stay for like a week. Like, I think this daily race will cycle out on should be Saturday night. Like I said, by the time that this race cycles out, I'm gonna be already. I'm gonna be like, okay, and I'm ready to race this race. That's the problem with the daily races, that I don't really get. unless you like have the first full day to like. And since I've been doing FIA at the same time, I remember the reason why I dropped. The other reason I dropped doing daily races is because I would be like, you know, after seeing all of the abuse I was taking from in the back of the pack, I would be like, okay, well, I'm going to start practicing these tracks before I even get on them. And by the time I got good enough to qualify first, the race would be gone. But it generally goes with the whatever race is being held on Saturday. So like when it was still FIA Manufacturers Cup races on Sunday or Saturday, Sunday would be the first day of the new track for the daily races. So I think but oh, okay. Yeah, the stream has got like a weird like lag to it, so it's hard to. It's like a 30-second lag or 10-second lag or something. So I don't. It's funny because I've been talking about so much crap already. Of like I've been jumping into subjects every 5 minutes. So, but yeah, the daily races. Like I said, they last about a week. From what I understand, they used to be like daily, like truly a daily race. It wasn't until like this year or the year, like halfway through the year that they started doing it as like a weekly race. Like I think it's a really real misnomer that it's called daily races. It should really be called the weekly race because now you do like one race every week. You know, I don't know. It's just weird with the daily races. I'm glad they're finally making like the ones that I was doing earlier were always shorter than this. I don't think I've ever done a 10-lap daily race. Usually they're like 4 laps. But this, I know this race has been around. I was looking at it actually when I started doing practice for Suzuka. I had noticed that this track ended up on the daily races. I actually, I think it was the week that we did Tokyo, they did a daily race that I almost got into because I was like, wow, that'd be kind of fun race. I think it was it was one of the Group 1 races. And I wanted to really do it because I think it might have been Le Mans. It was like a Le Mans Group 1 race. I'm gonna, they came in just fine. Just want to switch it up. Give me a second. I'm just typing to Mikey. But yeah, it was a Le Mans race. I wish, I really wish that, I really wish that the Group 1 cars were part of the manufacturer thing. That's what I was hoping that, when I signed with Porsche, I would get the Group 1 Porsche, but I did, I ended up getting the Group 3 and Group 4 cars. I just wish there was more of like an outlet for all the Group 1 cars and like the Le Mans cars. And what would be really cool, and I know other people have said this, is having mixed, like they do in real endurance racing, having like mixed classes where you have GT3 and the LMP cars in the same race. You can't do that in this game, which would be cool if you could do that, in the GT7. It'd be more realistic. What do I have root for? I think I have a Hyundai and something else. Hyundai. How do you spell Hyundai? Hyundai. I can't remember how you spell it. Fuck it. Hold on, I have to take a real quick break. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, it's super hard on your DR score. That's why I don't do them anymore. That's why, dude, I was getting hammered, and honestly, I think, I know I was at some point I was kind of close to getting C, because I was doing pretty okay during the FIA races, and I think I had like done pretty okay in a couple of the daily races. But it was the week after. I think it was the week after I noticed your Atenza. What was that race that we did? It was. I think it was the first race for this car, for the Group 4 cars. But I did a series of daily races there where I think I finished the race that we did together in a relatively good spot. I think I ended up finishing like in third or fourth or something like that, maybe fifth. Hold on. It was Give me a second. I need to type this little message. I need to get a keyboard for this game. I do so much typing on this game that I need to really start considering picking up a keyboard. Scirocco. Give me a second. Big. Mikey, I wish you would watch a stream. It's so much easier for me to just talk to you in the stream. I'm big for W. IRL in real life. But after that race, I was starting to do like a string of like daily races, and after I'd finished that race, my safety rating had finally gotten back up to S, and my driver's score I think was where it is now, and that week I think that was the week I think that Monza race was going on. I was like, well, shit. I mean, I could kill two birds with one stone. I think Monza was also the race I was supposed to do in group 3 or 4. So I was like, well, man, I could just do the daily race and be okay with it. And I don't know if you remember Monza, but Monza's got that huge. Okay, that makes sense. But it has that huge hairpin at the, or not. It's not a hairpin. It's you get the huge pileup zone because you go barreling down the straightaway from the start finish line, and then you're hard on the brakes. You got to take a hard right, and then another hard left. And what was happening? I'll have to do a video on that series of races because it was like hell. I went into that daily race and with a kind of a high D and S score. When I came out of it like 3 hours later, my driver's rating was all the way down, and my safety rating was like a B or a C. So I totally get how many points you lose on the. That's why I don't do them anymore. My plan was to just make, as much as I really don't like. It doesn't seem like my driver's score. It benefits from not doing the daily races. But I have to really do well in the FIA race to gain the points. I'm going to download that app and see where my points are. And I know like visually where my points should be. I think I'm like, the last time I checked it was I wish I could do it. Oh, I can do it here. Let's see what my driver's rating. Okay, so look, yeah, my driver rating score is lower than it was when I got into yesterday's race. Way lower. Ooh. Mikey, you comment on my photo? Oh, shit, I didn't even see that. Damn it. So yeah, look at my driver rating score. Before yesterday's race, my driver rating score was maybe a quarter higher than it is now. I'm now at halfway. Before that race, I was kind of like 3/4 up, but now that tells me that I was driving in a really, really low lobby for that last race. That's why I got second. I bet you, because I know after the second race, my driver's ratings, my sportsmanship rating was at a red S. So that means I took a huge, huge hit in driver rating score for the contact I made yesterday. Now, Oh, it's Benezi. Hey. How was your race? I know Mikey probably wants to know how he did in his race too. Let me ask him. I'm really curious to see how he did. This guy is also very fast. Um, sorry guys, I'm typing. Oh no, what happened? I should have got water when I walked away. Sorry. Yeah, and like I said, that's just why I did never. Oh, sorry. That's why I never went back to the world of daily racing. I was really done with it after that series of races where I ended up as like a C and a C rated driver and a really low D. Sorry. Some of that sweet GT Sport money. He had such a clean line. How did he not do well? This guy had like one of the fastest lines through Suzuka. And he was in the Atenza. Yeah, the daily races just they've always been my nemesis. Sorry, I'm still in. Gotta manage this. Lobby mode. Oh shit! My screenshot. Dude, A-class guys have got so much, like, this. I don't know how you guys compete at that level. I don't want to tell them that I finished second but only got 5 points, because that's going to give away about how bad of a driver I am. Daily races have always been my nemesis. I just can't. It's just, you know, that's where I've met probably the more toxic element of, you know, luckily I'm an S driver. But even in S's lobby, the S lobbies for the daily races, there's some really sloppy bad, like, driving. And I think people are far more temperamental in the daily races than they are in FIA. But I don't know, I'm hoping that with the experience that I've got now, as I'm definitely a more experienced driver than I was when I was doing daily races before. I honestly really didn't know what I was doing. I just knew that I had to try to do good. I didn't realize how bad, how much, how much of a difference, or how badly you can get really screwed up in the daily races. Both of these guys are fast. Let's go out for a couple laps and see what happens. Let me try to actually do one good lap. Did he just say he finished 24th place in the US, in North America? Whoa, hold on here. Really? Oh, no way. Is this guy... Sorry, people. This is more of a visual thing than it is a talky thing. Are you 24th place in North America? That would explain a lot of things. Question mark, exclamation point. These are the guys. These guys... Wow. Really? We have the 24th. Holy smokes, that's amazing. So Benezi here is the 24th, is in 24th place for the entire continent. That's what's kind of fun about today. Today's been more of like a talky day where we get to talk to people instead of like talk about track strategies and stuff. You know, I kind of want to do the daily race. I do want to do it, but I really don't get to, you know, a whole lot of time to just kind of sit out and chill and just talk to people, which I really enjoy. Just so sometimes I just enjoy socializing. You know, I'm just a social butterfly like that. Mikey finished 120. I mean, that's even more amazing, or just as amazing that people are that high up and all of the whole continent. Dude, I finished, I think, 17th in Los Angeles, and I was happy with that. But I'm like a million, like 1,000 in the continent. See, even these guys say don't do the daily races. I think I'm gonna listen to the... Maybe we should be listening to the... Jared, maybe we should be listening to the guy that's 24th best in the nation right now. Maybe we shouldn't do the daily race. Oh my god, I cannot believe that guy is 24th best in the nation right now. In the continent. Not even nation, that's including Canada. Just hanging out and talking and getting pointers from guys like this helps a lot. I say a while back, but a while back only for me in this only means like 2 months ago. Fourth in... Whoa, really? Wow. Mikey the Fist was fourth. You were fourth from Mazda. Wow. So both these guys... These guys are like racing royalty. I can't remember. I don't think it's regional for the manufacturers. Holy smokes. Wow. That's tough. That's really, really tough. They are blowing my mind right now. That is incredible. Those dudes are super, super fast. Dude, I ended up, I can't even tell how well I did with Porsche because, I didn't get to see it after the race. It didn't, I guess I'm gonna have to go down, like you said, download that app and find out what I finished for Porsche. It wasn't very high, whatever it was. I was 17th in Los Angeles, California. I think I was 58th. At least the last time I checked, I was 58th in California. I would imagine they're probably more drivers than you think in Arkansas. I bet you there are probably way more drivers than you think that are in Arkansas. Because I've seen other people. I've seen other people from Arkansas, I think. I don't know if they do the FIA races, but I know I've run into a couple of people that at least have said Arkansas or something. I don't think you're going to give yourself enough credit, Jared. I think you probably did for first in Arkansas. That's amazing, dude. First anywhere. Even if there were only 20 people or 30 people in Arkansas competing, you are the best in Arkansas right now. You know, that's no small feat, dude. You defeated everyone in your state. That's crazy. That totally blows my mind. But I cannot believe Benesi is 24th in the whole continent. That is crazy. And then both Benesi and Mikey are number 1 and 4 in the manufacturer's points. That is just crazy. That blows my mind, dude. That totally is it's psycho. Just thinking of the numbers and the statistics and the chances and possibilities of being where you guys end up. It's just like I'm definitely putting in average driver numbers. So it just blows me away when like you say you're first in Arkansas, but these guys are saying that they're first and fourth and 24th in the nation and then first and fourth in the manufacturers. I don't know if they've ever done. I can't even imagine. Because both of these guys are A+ guys. I can't imagine. I don't know if they know. Oh, it's so fast. I wonder if they know Zigzag. If they know who he is. It's like none of us are racing now. We're just talking shop. Yeah, Jared, you should really, like, if you're going to continue to drive for Mazda, you should really start kind of palling around with these two guys, because these guys are super fast. You should really, like, try to friend list both Mikey and Benezi. They're both really cool guys. Mikey, I'm actually I'm friends. We're friends through the PlayStation's, system. Benezi, I don't think we're friends yet. I think we'll probably end up being friends at some point. Yeah, see, they're both really fast, dude. You should have seen their lines around Suzuka. I couldn't hang with them. I couldn't stay with them for longer than like maybe half a lap. My first FIA race may have been like maybe the 5th race. Maybe the 5th. I remember going to that first FIA race going, I don't know what I'm doing. And then I was hooked. After that, it was just like the whole like build up to the FIA race is done so well that it's like it's so exciting when you have like the the build up and the big reveal and the opera lady singing and the starting grid. But you just get carried away. It's especially when you've done a week of training. When you get to that moment when you do the races, it's really like dramatic, and it's one of the few video game experiences that actually gets my heart pumping. I wonder if these guys know if we're going to get another season. Let's see if they do. I really do kind of wish they would split off the FF cars. From Group 4. It would be nice if it was Group 4 rear-wheel drive and Group 4 front. Because the advantage the front-wheel drive cars have in Group 4 is just amazing. It's ridiculous. Yeah, when we start, hopefully if we start up another season, Jared, we'll do more practice sessions, obviously, but I mean, I learned so much from just watching these two guys drive. He wants to be the only weirdo in a Mazda. What I don't get is how the rears... Because I don't think my my car, since it's a rear-wheel drive, both of them are both rear-wheel drive mid-engine cars. Like, I shouldn't be getting all wheel wear, like even wheel wear or tire wear. It's almost like my car wears its tires out like an all-wheel drive car. I know, right, Jared? This is great. I like. This is totally. This is totally my type of. This is kind of what I wanted to do today, like a non-race. Like I still wanted to do Gran Turismo stuff, but I didn't want to really race. Dude, I'm so. And it's not that I'm tired of racing, but I'm like I needed to have a break from the racing, and maybe that's why I'm doing my Halloween stream, because it's something that isn't just racing. Like I wanted to kind of have like a social day and just, you know, chill out. I'm sorry for anyone that's joining this this lobby and trying to actually like practice for the race. Like I'm gonna host this lobby, you know, whatever. But I don't think we're gonna actually get into like a race, because I'm just having more fun like socializing and shooting the shit right now. I mean, if enough people come into the room, we'll do a race. But I'm actually having more fun just sitting here and chatting. Yo.
Going to the store, you want anything?
Just smokes.
Okay.
Cool, thanks, dude. It really became apparent when I was watching. Yeah, exactly. It is a great. I'm sorry, I didn't even look at your thing, but this is a great way to wind down the season, just to talk about it. You know, we all raced it. We all know how it was. You know, I'm just tired. I'm really kind of exhausted from the season. This is what I'm talking about. This community, it's just like a community it's so tight. Like, you know, Jared, I've been racing with you all season, and now we're like friends. Mikey, met 3 weeks ago. You know, because both him and Benezi were coming into my lobby like regularly. But it's like, you know, no other game has it ever been like, you know, I've met a couple people in GTA that I became friends with, but you know, there's no, like, we didn't talk every day, or they didn't, you know, like, I became friends with them and then they would disappear and I'd never see them again. You know, that isn't the case with Gran Turismo. Like, you tend to like stick with people, and that's kind of why I made, you know, the hard times for the practice lobbies, because I had noticed I would, if I did it during a certain time, I would get a certain crowd into the lobby, and it got to the point where I think it was Tuesday where everyone in the lobby had been in the lobby before, one of the lobbies between Laguna Seca and wait, when did I start the lobbies? I think it was yeah, with Laguna Seca is when I started the lobbies. No, it was the race before that. But by the time, you know, the day before the race, I think it was a Wednesday or Tuesday, everyone that was in the lobby in like the last race was everyone that had been in the lobby for the last 3 weeks. You know, you don't see that like in other games, like even like Call of Duty and all those other. Like, I think you may run into one or two people in, like, you know, Call of Duty or any of the other big multi-on, but like the community in this game is just so much more like so tight and like so willing to like help out. Sorry, people. I'm just typing right now. I'm just shooting the shit, you know? I really do listen to my tires. Like, I know it's a sound effect, but I spend a lot of my time during the race listening to what my tires are doing. And that's, I don't think a lot of people pay attention to that. At least none of the casual people, you know, pay attention to that. And that's like everyone in, you know, D class. I don't think most people really like in D class pay attention to their tires at all, like what sound their tires are making. But both Benezi and Mikey are really, really, really amazing drivers, man. If we weren't sitting here just talking, Jared, you should really. I wish you had been in. What was it? Tuesdays. I think it was Tuesday. Tuesday, Benezi and Mikey were racing each other, and it was amazing. The things they were doing with the Atenza, it was just blowing my mind. I mean, they are legitimately fast. You know, they are where we want to be eventually. I mean, I guess I could go out and run a couple laps. What time is it? 6:49. I think I might actually end the stream here in a bit. I want to get some dinner into me. I'm tired. I'm been editing all day, and I'm also still kind of recovering. I had late. I don't know if you tuned in earlier, but I ran a late night stream last night. With Alien Isolate, my Halloween stream. And that is, when I listen to the tires, it's because I do use 6-axis steering. I don't have a steering wheel. So I have to kind of use everything that the game gives me to kind of try to test whether or not I'm pushing my car too much. That's why I play in cockpit view, because I can actually look at what my car is doing. I know a lot of people play in the road view, the bumper view, but it doesn't help me any, because I don't have any force feedback. I really think the cockpit view is the one view that will give you all of that information that without having to have like an actual visual visual like gauge for it, Like I don't think you get. Yeah, same with me. I'm in it for the realism, but I also think that like aside from that, because it's realistic, the cockpit view, you get a lot more information from your car, because that's what you would normally be doing when you're driving a car. You kind of judge what your car is doing in turns when it does. I don't know how to explain it. You know what I'm talking about. But there's one particular, especially at Suzuka, and I used it specifically at Suzuka, is that first turn you're coming out. I could tell whether or not I was in the right gear and if I was in the right line by how my car was shaking when I was coming out of that turn. That's how I used, that's what I would use to judge whether or not I was too deep in that corner. There is an amount of shake. I've used a force, not in this game. I used to own a force feedback wheel back in my Xbox days for Forza, and I didn't mind it. It's fine and it works. It's just it's bulky, and the problem that I always typically have had with force feedback wheels is that I don't have, like, ideally I want my pedals and then maybe it's because I used to do like a little bit of autocrossing, and I did some competitive driving here and there in like real life before it got really super expensive and I got super fat and heavy. But I need to have my pedals like exactly where they are in my car, and I need my steering wheel to kind of be exactly where they're in the car. Otherwise, I just feel like it always feels weird. Like, especially with the Xbox setup, like the wheel was small and my pedals were like, at my desk, but it didn't feel like I was in my car, and my chair wasn't right, and there was always it was always fiddling with it and just fussing with it, going, oh, I've got to change this, I got to change that, I got to, and it never ended up working out very well. And I thought about it for this game, but then once again, like I said, I don't have the desk space for it. So when I found out that I could use 6-axis and that the 6-axis thing existed, that was like a game changer, man. The whole thing, the whole idea of using, the 6-axis steering, it seemed really stupid at first. And I watched a couple of people do it. But then when I started actually doing it, I was like, this is really, it's super responsive. It's way more responsive than you think it would be. And it's it's a lot more realistic. You can definitely, especially when I'm trying to recover out of, and yesterday I had a couple of my last race, I had a couple of really, really close recoveries that I would have never been able to pull off with the sticks. There's no way. It's just that you just don't get that feeling of managing your car's weight and your car and trying to fight you know, the centripetal force in the corners. You just don't get that same feeling with the sticks. I give credit to all the guys that use sticks. It just doesn't work for me. And then with the cockpit view, since I don't have the wheel, I legitimately use what my computer avatar is doing with his hands in the steering wheel. I use that as information for what my front wheels are doing and how the wheels, like, that's really important for me. I need to see the wheel to understand how deep in a corner I am or how deep I'm cutting it. You know, that was the other thing that I needed to have. I needed to have that visual representation of where my car was steering towards. I know that sounds like stupid because, you know, if you're turning left, you should be turning left. If you're turning right, you should be turning right. But it just helped me judge how much I should be cutting the wheel and stuff. You know, it's just one of those. You should. I mean, I don't. But you have a wheel, so I wouldn't even bother at this point. You know, unless you're having problems with trying to get adjusted to the wheel. I mean, for shits and giggles, yeah, sure, try it out. You know, once, and see if it, you know, you like it. But you already have a wheel, so I wouldn't even worry about it. I mean, unless, like I said, unless you're having problems with the wheel. The one cool thing though is that if, I don't know, you said you had the roll up thing, the GT light setup. If you know, one night don't want to roll it out, I don't know if you store it every time, you know, you're done with it. But what would be, you know, what the cool thing with the 6-axis thing is that if you don't feel like setting all that up one day, the 6-axis is a really, really good complement, or a good what's it called, not replacement, but like a good substitute for not having a wheel. I definitely in VR, it's dude, I like I said before, if you play this in VR, like, you really don't need, I almost feel like you don't need a wheel in VR if you use 6-axis motion, because at least in my, like I said, I've got a really active imagination, and it's super funny because the only time I notice it is when I'm in VR, is that I don't notice as much like the fatigue, because I do get fatigued driving with 6 motion because I don't have, you know, anything supporting my hands. But when I go into VR mode, my brain automatically thinks that I'm holding onto the wheel, so it's like I don't even feel like I'm got my hands in the air. It's the weirdest experience, and I think, like I said, it's because I've got an overactive imagination. But I don't even like factor in the fact that I don't have, you know, a steering column holding my hands up. I don't know. It's odd. It's definitely though, if you are looking for like a substitute, like, you know, excuse me, sorry, that was a banana that just ate. If you don't want to roll out your rig, or, you know, go through the motions of having to set your rig up, it's totally a great substitute. It takes a little getting used to. It took me about 30 minutes to get used to. But once I got the hang of it, like, what you're going to want to do if you do try it out, I don't know if you've ever messed with any of like the controller settings, but you're going to want to change your sensitivity. You want to put your sensitivity all the way up. But if you don't know how to do it, to change, and this is for anyone that's watching the stream, if you ever want to change your controller from sticks to the 6-axis motion control, go into the options at, let's see if I can do it from the screen. I don't think I can do it. Oh yeah, you can. So you go into options like this. You go to controller. You go to wireless controller 1 per first person. And then when you go to the left stick, you have options. You can either use the left stick, you can use directional buttons, or you can do the motion sensor function. And that's when you're trying to pick left stick. Oh, that's how you do turn signals. So hazard light, left turn signal, right. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I didn't even notice that. How do people turn on the windshield wipers? I've seen people do that too. How do you do that? I guess there's no. So anyway, sorry, I just got sidetracked by trying to figure out like all these functions that I've seen all season that I didn't know you could do. But okay, so you left turn signal is the left of the weird pad. That'll help for like trying to get people to go around me. Like I legitimately need to use it, especially when I race these A+ guys in the practice lobbies. It would be nice to be able to signal to them like pass me on the left or pass me on the right. Or anyone for that matter, if I end up racing with someone that's faster than I am. But yeah, you're going to want to do this. You're going to want to, first change your thing to motion sensor function. And then you're going to want to go to, the actual game settings. It might not let me do it in here. Yeah, so you want to go into advanced settings under your game settings, and then change your controller steering sensitivity all the way up to 7. Like I've got mine pinned. I tried it at like halfway, and it was all right. It just didn't seem as fast as, or at least as sensitive as 7. I just gotten used to, just pinning it all the way up to 7, and it works great. It's fun though. It's really, really cool. It's worth a try if you're really, really, really kind of, especially for anyone out there that can't afford a setup, and you want to like have something that's close to a steering wheel. It definitely is, at least in my opinion, is a great substitute for it. And the problem with it though, and this is becoming kind of apparent, I'm shopping for new racing games, and I'm so used to using the motion control that it's now affecting my purchases on like racing games. Like if I can't use the motion control in a racing game, I kind of don't want to play it, just because I just don't like the sticks. I don't like racing with the sticks at all. There's something about the sticks where I don't feel like I'm ever turning as much as I need to be able, or I'm never turning as much as I think I can turn. Maybe it's because my sensitivity is down. I don't know. But I have Dirt Rally, and don't get me started on like Dirt Rally VR and how much they really, we won't talk about Dirt Rally VR. But I actually have that game also on PC, and I played that game on a force feedback controller. I actually used at the time was using my Microsoft or my Xbox steering wheel for Dirt Rally on PC, and it was a pretty decent experience. But Codemasters doesn't do the whole 6-axis thing, and that totally like influenced my purchase, because I wanted to buy F1. I wanted to buy the new F1 game, which is a Codemasters game, but they don't support motion control, so it really kind of quickly became something that it just worked its way off my need to buy list. I mean, maybe I will at some point. I might try driving again with the sticks. Not in this game. Definitely not in this game. But, but I'll try out dirt again. I really do kind of want to play F1. I'm so used to like the community here though, and like the mechanic and the game mechanics and all that stuff here. It's gonna kind of be like going to another planet. I'll tell you what I do want to play is Assetto Corsa. That's another game that I had on the PC. I've actually had the first Assetto Corsa. I was part of the whole like beta of that. I've been a Assetto Corsa customer since they announced it on Steam years ago. I had bought like the $12 beta that they created. But that's another game that I just kind of abandoned after a while because I don't know how familiar anyone is with Assetto Corsa, but development on that game was such a huge long time. That's hilarious. Start a little stupid race. We'll see what happens. Sorry, folks. I'm just typing. Send. Okay. SRX MBRP01. Oh, you're Canadian. No wonder you like Jacques Finland Live. Nothing against Canadians. You guys are all fine people. I'm gonna do terrible in this race. Dude, I maybe have done like 2 laps around here. I mean, I know what's going on, but I'm not gonna do particularly good. I'm just gonna chill out in the back and watch these guys lap me. We are driving with the 24th best person in North America and number 1 and 4 in the Mazda points thing. Where did the guy that need time? Oh. I didn't even know I'm gonna race this race. I might just spectate. Really, thanks, bro. You can keep him out there. I don't need him here. You can keep it out there. I don't need it here. You can put it out there if you want. If you need, are you gonna grab smokes?
Oh no, I'm about to do some step close, but.
Oh, okay. Sorry. This has been one of the funnest streams. Like, I literally haven't been racing. I've just been chatting. I really, really needed a day off like this. This has been, like, one of my favorite streams because it's been so laid back. I am not going to do well during this race, though. Now, you know what? I'll race it. I'll race it because I haven't done a race yet, and I want to make sure I get my daily mileage points so I can get whatever crappy car they're going to give me. I tell you what, the daily workout car I've been getting has been getting worse and worse every time. Last night they teased, like, what did they tease? It was like a VW bus. What else was in there? It was like a Group 1 car. There was some crazy Group 1 car and some other really crazy car, and then it was like some terrible hatchback. And they ended up giving me that terrible hatchback. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? The least you could have done was give me the VW bus. At least that would give me something fun to make a livery on. But they gave me like the crappy hatchback that was like an N600. I'm like, you guys are killing me. It's been like the last 3 times I get like these 4 cars or 3 cars that I really want, and one garbage car, and that's all I get is the garbage car. So frustrating sometimes. I mean, not that I don't have $5,492,430 to spend, but I want my cars gifted to me. I don't want to spend any of my money. I don't know what I'm going to do with these damn mileage points, man. I already bought everything in the mileage store. What else can you buy with these mileage? Nothing, like nothing. I can't even cash them in for something. I've had 999,000 or 99,999 mileage points for the past like month. I don't know what else to do with them. I've bought everything that I can possibly buy with them. All 12 rims that you can buy, and oh, you know, I could probably buy poses and stuff. That's what I need to actually focus on is my livery for my helmet and my outfit, my jumper. I think maybe tomorrow we'll do a livery video. I don't know. Maybe we'll try doing the daily race. I kind of want to. Maybe I'll do a late night. I don't know. I keep on saying we're going to do a livery video. We will at some point in time. I just need to figure out when that time's going to be. Maybe it'll be tomorrow. You know, lay off racing for a couple of days. Just kind of give it a rest. Sometimes it takes just taking a couple of days away from the track to get better. I definitely, when I took that day off on Monday, I was kind of at the limit. Sunday night when I finished the stream, that I was just like, I'm not getting any faster, and I'm not doing any better. But when I came back on Tuesday, I felt better from not driving, you know, a million laps on Monday. So I'm hoping the same thing happens for this little break, is that I can, you know, kind of rest a little bit and not really stress out about racing too much for the next couple of days. Maybe I just take this whole thing too seriously. I guess this is well, how long is this stream about? Wow, 4 hours. Wow. We've been streaming for a long time. Nowhere near the 8-hour stream for Sunday. I was watching The Key, and he did a 10-hour stream or 11-hour stream. Nothing but daily races. That man is absolutely insane. I can't wait to do an endurance race. I really want to do, if the channel ever gets big enough, I want to do a PlayStation 5 giveaway with an endurance race series. You ain't just going to win a PlayStation for free. You're going to have to work for it, guys. You know, maybe, hopefully I get at least enough money during this first year, or at least get monetized to a point where I can do something like that. I mean, that would be a tax write-off for me because it would be a business expense. I need to get monetized first so I can write it off as a tax write-off. But I think that would be really cool to have like a, you know, an endurance series. You know, and the first prize would be a PlayStation 5. What would be really cool is if I got a PlayStation 5 when GT7 came out. Tax write-off number 1 and 2. Then I could get like another, and then I get monetized around that time. So I could write that PlayStation off. I mean, I could probably technically write it off now because I'm still an employee of the movie industry. So I could always say that it was, you know, I am doing entertainment right now, and that would be part of the setup. But then be able to buy another PlayStation and give that away, and also hold an endurance series. And that way, okay, let's go. How long? Let Benezi, since he's the highest person in our lobby right now, make the decision. Just say the word. Okay, and that looks like it's... We'll do tire wear off, right? Okay. Or was it fuel off? Tire wear on. Actually, we'll do it off. Okay. No. Change event settings. Looks like we're all here. Okay, here we go. Hopefully it won't glitch out. I don't think it will because... That's, I think everyone is in, right? Yeah, everyone's rezzed up. Let's go. This is gonna be terrible for me. I have not practiced. I'm gonna be my own worst enemy on this. I'm gonna be that guy hitting the brakes too early. I even started my qualifying lap and I'm already getting a blue flag. wonder if Benezi and Mikey knew each other before this. I don't think they did. I'd like to think that I brought them together through the power of the practice lobby. I do kind of remember this track. I definitely remember the Death Chicane. It's just I don't remember how deep these corners went. Because, like I said, this was like the first race. I hope did you get my signal? Good. Wow, that really helps having that turn signal. I know that sounds stupid, but it's really a great way to like signal to people that you want them to take, you want them like a certain side. Dude, that Audi's fast. I remember hitting this section a lot. Oh, who did I hit? Sorry, Speedy. Oh god. That chicane almost struck me there. Somehow I'm still in third. I don't know how that's even possible. That's more like it. I'm still waiting for Mikey and Benezi to get on the track because they even... I don't think they've either one of them left the pits. It's too deep. Too much braking. It's okay. I actually really like the Death Chicane. I like the craziness of the Death Chicane. That's another section that I had noticed because I did practice this one when this race was an FIA race, but That was another point where I would notice other people would brake, but I don't brake through there. I just kind of try to pick the best, actually accelerate through there. Oh, Jared, you bastard. Dude, you're like 3 seconds faster than me, dude. You're blowing me away right now. You got like the warp speed on, bro. That Atenza, dude. I'm telling you, dude. You guys in the Atenzas, man. Some fast mofos. Who did we hit? We hit Speedy. We gotta tell him sorry. Oh, we can't because there's no like typing in between now and the race. But yeah, that chicane, I just let off the gas. By the time I'm down to the second part of it, I'm actually on the gas like super hardcore. I think the only time I let off the gas is when I head into it just to make sure that I'm at the right angle. I could probably not even do that at that point. I think it's maybe probably the biggest thing that bugs me about D-Class is that I think a lot of people that are in D-Class don't understand the concept of braking. And how much braking you should be doing, too. Because the brakes I do apply aren't near the brakes that I think most people use. Getting passed by everyone. That's never a good feeling. Uh-oh, look at the scrum happening here. Well, Mikey's got a Hardee's themed, that's awesome, this Mustang. That's like old school. Ooh! Nezzy's smoking it in the Hurricane. This is going to be an interesting race between those two guys. Where's everyone else? Yeah, see, I let off the gas just a little bit right there. I actually kind of just gun it through here. Uh-oh. Jared making the moves. Can he take Mikey? Almost. You're close. You're so close. Oh, you're so close. Nipping away at Mikey's back bumper. Oh, and Mikey goes in the pits. So does Benezzi. Both of them are going to the pits for the hards. Barely make you out, Jared. you're so fast, Jared. Where'd Mikey go? There he is. Oh, taking the rear here. Bringing up the rear. In a room full of people that are much faster than I am. This is a fun race, though. I mean, it isn't a bad. I'm just not particularly good at this track just yet. I think if I gave it enough practice, I think I'd probably be pretty decent at it. I really haven't been like focusing at all today on trying to get better at this. Kind of been, just, like I said, more laid back and kind of may have not been great viewing for people that are going to watch this later, but I needed it. I needed a day like today where I just wasn't really stressed out about not making position. Honestly, I'm just trying to work. I mean, it'd be nice if I finished well in this race, but I'm really kind of just working on that time. I would like to kind of maybe do this race one day or something. Like tomorrow would be nice. Oh, my turn signal's still on. Shit, how do I turn it off? Do I just hit the... Oh, okay. Well, that's really convenient. I like the turn signal thing. That's going to come in handy when we start doing practice laps again for FIA. Especially for the faster guys like Menezes and Mikey the Fist. More experienced drivers. All the A+ dudes. Dude, I'm 11 seconds behind you right now, Jared. I just don't want to get lapped. I kind of get the groove of this track now. This has been really cool that no one has dropped out of the race yet. I got that. Oh, I get it. Okay. Now I get that corner. Oh, don't hit the chicane. Yeah. Jared's got a commanding lead on me, and all the rest of the people are just way. I'm 36 seconds behind the leader. It's fine. Hey, what's up, Racing Swordsman? How you doing, man? Dude, I hope the practice lobby helped. That's why I do them. How was your race? Was it good? I'm gonna have to watch your. I didn't watch your stream because I spent all of last night like watching my stream, and then I did like a Halloween stream, so I didn't have any time to watch your stream. Wow, really? Dude, that's crazy, man. And the top split too. That's so, man. You guys really blow me away, man. Like Benezi and Mikey the Fist in here. These are guys who are like number 1 and 4. Like the two guys here in this lobby right now. They're they're normal like people in my practice lobby. I just found out today that both of them are 1 and 4. Benezi is number 1 for Mazda, and Mikey is number 4 for Mazda, and Benezi is number 24 in all North America. That I didn't know any of that stuff, man, and I know you're ranked high up too. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to check out your video. Yeah, I really want to check out your video, man, because I watched a bunch of your other videos too. A couple days ago, I did like a little marathon on your channel, and I watched a bunch of your videos. I don't know if you noticed all the likes and like watch times, but I watched like a bunch of your videos. Okay, this is terrible. We're just kind of having a chill out day on. Like, I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to destroy my driver rating and my safety rating by doing this daily race. I mean, normally I don't do daily races just because they just do too much damage to my rating, and I don't have another dummy account. But I had to do something in the time between FIA races. Do you know when, by any chance, do you know if they're going to do another season? No one seems to know. Like, I've watched a couple other streams. I watched all the Brit streams, and no one seems to know whether or not they're going to do another season. And I'm just hoping that they're not waiting for the PlayStation or the PlayStation 5 and GT7 to actually start another season. I mean, I would think that was far enough away that that can't be the case. So if you know whether or not they're going to do another season, that'd be great. It would help my stream out because then I would know how to structure the rest of my year. And I don't want to destroy my score doing daily races and just messing around in the daily races. Last time I did that, I ended up... Oh, Dad Zillia left the room. The last time I did that, I ended up just like completely annihilating my safety rating and my driver score. Not that I was any higher than D in the first place, but I was definitely a much lower D when it came out of the daily races. Yeah, this race is done. Like I said, I'm just doing this as, kind of by the time. I also wanted to see if I could get close too, but I'm nowhere near close to the time I should be setting right now for this track. And like I said, 145 is what is posted on the leaderboards, and I'm doing. I think the best I've done is a 153. Oh, and I haven't changed tires yet either. I'm gonna get a penalty here for not changing tires, but it's not like it's gonna hurt me any. I'm in 7th place right now. Yeah, I really do hope we get another season or two out of the FIA, man. I've got a question to ask you, Jared, when you run this. This is really cool. I was really worried that I would lose all my my buddies. Wait, don't I get to change my... Oh, whatever. I was really afraid I was going to lose all my buddies from the practice lobby, but it seems like everyone's still kind of around. I haven't seen Air Groove, who's insanely fast, or Manuel Fernandez, or maybe they're all taking the day off. But if you guys are out there watching, come back. And it looks like Mikey said he was doing a Nürburgring 24-hour thing, which I would be interested in doing, but I don't know if I can run 24 hours. That is the other limitation with the motion control, is that I don't know if I could do a full 24 holding this thing up in the air. Actually, the way I hold it is kind of like a truck driver. Hold his steering wheel. Kind of steer it flat. It might be rough doing it in motion control. $264 points, man. You A+ guys, dude, I swear. I don't know if are you A+ or S? Swordsman. I'm pretty sure you're another one of those like super high level drivers, man. I don't know how I've become friends with all you guys, but like I really, really am in awe of how well everyone drives in this game. Here I come in last. Mikey, did you move up to C? Because it looked like at the beginning that you had a C rating instead of having a D rating. Or not Mikey, I mean Jared. Are you C class now? Did you graduate up? Because it didn't look like it looked like that was the only D in the room. Oh no, you're still D. For a second there, I thought you had turned into a C class driver. No, it doesn't, man. You just blew me away there, man. Now you were 30 seconds ahead of me. You totally destroyed me on that one. Did you see the distance between you and me? You're definitely better than I think you give yourself credit for. Oh my gosh. Oh, my neck. Oh man, I'm hungry. Yeah, it's a fun track. I really do like this track. It's just I haven't, you know, I actually really, really like the chicane. I know everyone complains about it and everyone calls it the death chicane. But I really like the chicane. Like I don't think enough people give it credit for how cool it is, especially if you can take it really like fast. I think, you know, like I said, I mean, the first time I raced this, I remember doing the race and just noticing how many people would brake there, and I'm like, you don't have to brake anywhere through this. You could just gun it through the whole thing. Just make sure that your car is stable enough and you're straight of enough line that you can take it without your car getting too destabilized. Well, like you said yesterday, it's a lot of casual drivers that are in D, man, and that's what we have to deal with. These two guys are fast, man. Both you guys, Benezi and Mikey, you guys crack me up because you guys are ultra fast, and so are you, Racing Swordsman. I'm gonna eat dinner, I think. I'm gonna watch your video later on tonight. I don't know, it's like what, 7:58. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull off my Halloween stream. No, you know, I'll do it later on. I might do it late tonight. I might come back on like at 10 or 11 and do Alien Isolation. But I'm hungry and I want to kind of end the stream because it's getting a little long. Thank you to all you guys. Actually, Elvic Trano wasn't in this race. All of you guys are fast. I don't know if there was clean driving. Hold on, because I wasn't in. Good race, everyone. I think I am going to get some to eat, though. I'm like starving right now. I'm going to eat some spaghetti. Spag-a-maheggity. Good night, Jared. Dude, it was great racing with you two, man. And, dude, thanks for, like, everything, dude. Thanks for being part of the stream. And thanks for hanging out and chilling out and racing, dude. I totally appreciate it. Dude, it means so much. I love being part of the community, and I love you being part of the community. But totally thank you, dude. You're a good man, my friend. And I'll be back tomorrow, so we'll figure something out tomorrow, you know? And that same goes to everyone else that's watching, not just Jared, but especially Jared, because Jared has been a super regular for the past couple of weeks, and it's awesome having, thinking that people actually tune in and like watching the channel and just having fun, being part of a community. I mean, I want this channel as much as it's me putting on the channel. I also kind of want to grow. I definitely want to grow a community of us that can like sit and talk about racing and be dorks and be super nerds and talk about racing, especially specifically in Gran Turismo. That's funny. Oh. Thanks, Benazzi. So funny. I literally was trying to find. I was literally trying to kind of discover the turn signals. I never knew how to use them before. Now I'm all excited about the turn signal options. Oh, that's so funny. Oh. That's so funny. Error? What? You're receiving a smooth stream. Go bite me. Bite me, YouTube. What is going on? Why is Obi... Okay, there we go. That's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. Why? Okay, why are you freaking out, OBS? There you go. What's going on? Why are you going fritzy on me? think of, yeah, I'm starving right now. I'm gonna wait for Benez to get back. Your mad skills, my friend. I think that's when, was I talking? Oh, excuse me. Benezi, where are you? Want to go home? I want to go and eat dinner. I'm gonna friend Benezi. I wonder if I can find him. Let's be friends. Everyone, let's be friends. There you are. Pretty sure this is you. Who's our mutual friend? Well, I'm gonna tell me who the mutual friend is. I wonder if it's Mikey. I like all my friends that I've made in the video game. Oh, sweet, we're friends. I really hope that I can, you know, I want to be able to bring all my friends over everywhere. And plus I need some water. I'm like exhausted or dehydrated. Gonna eat dinner. That's funny. Ah, shit, you know what? I have this room. I have property on this room, so... That sucks. If I leave, then the room's gonna disband. Jared, you're back. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't want to say that. I want to say... Alright, you guys gonna be back tomorrow? See you, Jared. You gonna be back tomorrow? I'll be here, so... Oh, I should do that. I should have... That's okay. I'm pretty sure it's Mikey that he's friends with. Because I know that they, earlier this week, started talking and, like... And they were, like, you know, exchanging ideas about how to race Suzuka, so... I'm pretty sure it's Mikey. That is our friend, mutual friend. Maybe I'll be in Mikey's lobby. Oh, dude, sweet. Well, tomorrow, let's do this again tomorrow, bro. Man's day out. Some fine people you can meet in video gaming, folks. It's all good. I'll be here. Like I said, it's cool to have friends here. Oh, dude. And this goes out to everyone else in the stream, too. If you guys are looking for, like, a good community, definitely, and, you know, even people that aren't watching the stream, or, word, dude, Jared, if you're in, I'm in. So, I'll be back tomorrow. You know, the same time. You know the schedule. So, and like I said, anyone that watches the stream or watches it post, dudes and dudettes, you know, be part of the community. Come and join us. It's a good time. We all have a lot of fun. Lots of good people. No, we try to keep all the bad energy out. You know, and if I'm running the lobby, I definitely try to make sure that everyone is, you know, not being toxic and just being that like bastards, which you'll run into in a lot of games. You know, everyone that I've encountered, most everyone I've encountered has been really, really, really super, super cool in this game. So I would love for like everyone to be part of the community that watches this and you know, join in on the fun. It's super fun. But anyhow, to anyone that tuned in today, Jared, especially you and Racing Swordsman, thank you so much for being part of my day. It was awesome being part of your day. And to anyone that is watching this afterwards, thank you so much for helping out and just watching and just being part of the stream or part of my YouTube channel. That's going to conclude today's GT Sport coverage. I don't know if we're going to do the alien thing tonight. We probably will. I'm going to eat dinner. It shouldn't take me more than an hour. I've got to throw together elements for that stream first before I do anything. But if I do the alien stream, it's going to probably be like around 11 or 10. I don't care if really anyone watches it. I just like playing that game. So if you're interested or whatever, I do like get kind of freaked out by that because it's such a good, really amazing, one of the best like first person like experiences. There it is right there. One of the best first person experiences on any console and PC. Especially if you're like a big fan of the Alien franchise. It's a really just well crafted game. And it might not be a racing game, it might not be part, you know, it might not be in your wheelhouse. And I get that. But I also want to stay consistent. 1 and 2, I have to kind of do. I kind of want to see it all the way through. That's just the way I roll. But anyhow, I hope that everyone's had a fantastic day. I hope you had fun watching. Maybe you learned something, or maybe you just got sick of my voice and clicked off. I really don't care. No, I'm just joking. No, but hopefully, you know, you had fun watching, and I'm going to see you guys tomorrow, and maybe I hope to see you later on tonight. Everyone have a fantastic night. Be safe, be happy, be healthy, and I will see you again tomorrow. Bye.